Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va începe în 30 de secunde.
Corruption is not a crime of passion, but this is a crime of opportunity. So people are not committing corruption because of desire, but because there's an opportunity for them. So this professor developed a formula by which he proves that corruption is the same as decision making, like monopolizing the decisions that are being taken. And So these are the most important elements of corruption, and what is diminishing the possibility is transparency and engagement of the stakeholders. And also what I liked yesterday from Madam Minister, she said that justice shall be open in order to avoid and making this more transparent. Transparency is a very important element, as well as accountability is another very important issue in order to avoid and eliminate corruption. So these were the issues that were mentioned yesterday several times by the speakers. Today we will speak about the judicial system. We'll speak about a certain part of that system. In particular, we'll be speaking about the judicial map, how it can be organized, and also we will see how this can be optimized and how the organization of the judicial map can influence the access to services, as well as the quality, equity, fairness through random distribution of the case files. So these are the issues that are very important in order to ensure transparency. Also, we'll speak about the progress in optimizing the judicial mapping in the Republic of Moldova. We'll speak about different kind of examples and case scenarios, success stories from different countries, as well as the correlation of the judicial map with the local public administration, as well as prosecution and law enforcement and police. As part of this optimization, also we'll speak about linkage with the digitalization, as well as transition from the old system to the new optimized system, as well as we'll talk about specialization of the judges under the same regard. Also, we have a group of guest speakers, presenters. Sorin Popescu, who is the director for the Court Administration Agency in the Republic of Moldova. Also, Vasile Șchiopu, who is the former president of the court from Muncheni. Larisa Voloch, member parliament of the Republic of Moldova, as well as the chairperson of the Public Administration Committee from the Parliament of Moldova. We'll have two online presentations from Jasper Wittrup, an expert from Denmark, as well as Esther de Roche from the Netherlands, an expert from Netherlands, and also we'll have Mr. Vladislav Grabincha from the Legal Resource Center of Moldova. So we will start the session with a short video clip, and in this Vox Populi we will have the possibility to hear and to listen to the opinion of the citizens, of the public, about that issue, about the optimization of the judicial map in Moldova. Also, some information data will be provided by Valeria Butorina, our colleague from the Legal Resource Center. I think it doesn't make any sense. So the capital is the closest city. So what matters is for us to come to a situation when, for example, a judge fined himself for $25 in US because he did not turn off his phone during the court hearings. So when we come to a situation that we have such kind of judges in the Republic of Moldova, half of them, only then, will be able to succeed. If not, then we'll not see any kind of results. So there was a proposal to reduce the number of offices. Is that a good proposal or not? Yes, it's a very good proposal, and more people are stealing and they do not do any justice. It's better to have more judges because they're absolutely overloaded. Decisions take a long time to be ruled. And this is not good for the people because the time is consumed, is wasted. I believe that's a very good idea. Why do you think that's a good idea? Because maybe they won't be so corrupt. Because so we have to speak about quality. Isn't quality more important than quantity? Because I know about the legal system from 1992, and this is not about the quantities, because we have to focus on the quality. That's a good idea, because the less the better. So this is the issue. To what extent would you be willing to wait longer for a court order to be decided or travel longer distance to the court? I would agree to drive a little more, take a long distance, as long as I'm sure that the justice is being made. Yes, indeed, everybody would like to have and to reach it in a shorter time and have this kind of decisions taken in a shorter time. Those people who live far away, it's absolutely clear they would like to be closer to the courts, as well as be easier for them to travel, as well as for the issue to be solved in a shorter time possible, so that people do not spend time waiting. I believe that's a very good idea. That's my opinion. I don't believe they have so many cases so that they would wait for like months for solutions to be taken. That means that all the courts should be functional, as well as to have sufficient space or premises and to do justice to people. Because if the case is very complicated, has a lot of witnesses involved, as well as crimes committed, thefts, etc. So then that would require more time. But nevertheless, I believe that we can do everything possible for people not to wait for a long time, queuing, pending cases, because there are some situations that do not work, or people are being mistreated, or witnesses, or they're being paid by the other people to win the case. I mean, a lot of manipulations. It's better to have it in a shorter distance, like a shortcut. But everything depends on the society. It depends on the judicial bodies, on the judges, on the panels of judges, whether they would embrace the justice. So we have a saying that we shouldn't be in a hurry, because then would have bad results. But it's very difficult for me to give my opinion on that. So I would like to invite Valeria Butorina, who is a Junior Legal Officer. Thank you very much and welcome to everybody. I will speak shortly about the reform in general, and in particular how the courts will be reorganized. So reorganization of the courts is based on two phases. During the first stage, all the courts will be merged, combined, and then during the implementation, so the period for implementation was July 1st, December 31st, 2016. So that was the first stage. So the focus, the purpose of that stage was for the 42 courthouses should have been merged from administrative point of view, and then to have 15 courts instead of 42 by maintaining the existing promises. The second stage would be to unify and construct the new promises. And the period of implementation was January 1st, 2019, 31st December 2027. So that's the second phase. Includes the construction of the new promises for 14 courthouses. So what are the objectives for the court optimization in the Republic of Moldova? Some of the most important objectives would be to strengthen the independence of the judicial system, to create the preconditions for the specialization of the judges, ensuring a workload that would be comparable for all the judges, as well as the efficient use of the public funds that are earmarked and allocated for the justice. And also I would like to give you more information about how this reform was implemented during this period of time. On the screen, you can see some of the measures that should have been taken. Administrative merge of 40 courthouses into 15, so this stage has already been implemented fully. Another very important measure would be to identify some of the landlords for the building of these premises, and they should have been included, like in the implementation phase. 5 courts should have been included, but then the figure was not amended. And what you can see on the screen during the second phase is not correct. It has to include 11 courthouses. Third measure would be to develop like a template draft project for the building of the courthouses. It has not been fulfilled. Building of the new premises. No new premises have been built so far, except for the Ungeni court. But the premise of that particular court has been just repaired. But this is not a new building in itself. It's not considered as a new building. The next measure would be to transfer all the courthouses into one premise, and this refers to Hungarian whole courthouses. Adjustment of the map of territorial prosecution according to the judicial map allocation. So this measure has not been fulfilled yet. So this is the current state of play. Thank you very much, Valeria, for this presentation. I would like to invite Sorin Popescu. So we have seen what were the answers and had the answers of our citizens to that question and their opinion about the judicial map and reorganization of the judicial map. So I believe that people from Moldova would like to see better results and have higher efficiency. They are less concerned about the distance to be covered until they reach the courthouses. So can you tell us what is the timing, what are the plans, so what kind of objectives do you have in mind? So good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this panel, to this forum. So the right to justice, along with some other fundamental rights, represent the most important human right issue. So this is one of the most important pillars of a civil society. For that particular reason, each country has been developing certain kind of court network in order to bring the justice administration be brought closer to the citizens. As it was mentioned in the presentation, based on the Law 77 adopted in 2016 about the reorganization of the courts, so the arrangement has been amended from 44 courthouses to 15 courthouses. Following that, there were 15 courts created with the most important premises, but the others have become like secondary premises or offices. Until the law, so we used to have Oknitsa, Bricheni, again, for example, from January 2017. So we have the Edinets with the headquarters, and then we have 3 secondary offices under the same. Also, the commercial and military courts have ceased their activity from April 1st, 2017, and the appeal courts have been established under the figure of 4. So we have 4 courts of appeal. So there was another plan approved by the parliament, so the so-called palaces of justice, so that they would include the new staffing, the personnel, as well as the merger of all the entities should have been conducted or should be conducted until 2027. So this is the deadline. Also, based on this modification, there were some studies organized by the partners, and the focus was made on making the work of the judges more efficient, the fair distribution of the workload, uniform distribution of all the case files, as well as the judges correlated and prorated to the number of population. Then another issue was specialization of the judges and efficient use of the public funds. So this reorganization was a very good step forward. At that time, proved to be efficient and topical. In practice, we have managed to identify the number of drawbacks. For example, some additional costs and expenditures for transportation, as well as time to be spent in order to transfer the staff from the secondary to the main headquarters, the impossibility to create the panels in the premises where there's a small number of judges. In that situation, the judges were supposed to move and travel from the other court houses, as well as increase in the total number of files, a delay in the examination of the recusation and the appeal cases due to the fact that there was a small number of the judges brought from the secondary courts. Also, a lot of time and costs were spent in order to ensure the communication as well as the operative transfer of the documents for different premises. So we've come to the conclusion that we need to make some adjustments in the reorganization of the courthouses based on different kind of preconditions and factors that were recommended by the European Commission for Efficiency of Justice, CEPEJ. This kind of recommendations have to be taken into account in the optimization of the judicial map, and we have to take into account the density of the population, workload, the flow of cases, the geographical localization, the transportation, etc. Additional factors are digitalization, as well as physical access and level of activity that has to be taken into account, extrajudicial examination of the case, like mediation, reconciliation, as well as the possibility to recruit new staff, as well as cooperation with the other stakeholders from the judicial. So the CPEJ recommendation would be to have about 100,000 people per one courthouse. Regretfully, there was a big migration of the population from our country, as well as the conglomeration of the population from the rural into the urban area was another difficulty. Also, the National Bureau of Statistics data reconfirms the same kind of problem. In some of the regions, so the workload has dropped. So whereas in the cities, this kind of workload increased considerably, both on the merit of the first instance court as well as in the appeal. The Chișinău Court of Appeal has actually registered a big number of cases correlated to the number of judges that have been efficiently actually recruited, has increased the time of examination and hearing, and also reduced the total number of solution of the cases, and that has actually required the optimization of the judicial maps. So the mechanisms that were supposed to release this kind of burden were not applied, so thereby the quality of justice has dropped, diminished, as well as the perception of the citizens about the length, the delayed length of the entire judicial process has also increased. As it was mentioned in the presentation, unfortunately, the Republic of Moldova, so we had only 2 new premises were built in the Republic of Moldova that would comply with the requirements for a modern court. So that is the Ungeni Court, as well as a new office in the Court of Appeal of Chișinău, whereas the merger, de facto merger of all the courts has not been implemented so far. To give you just one example, so the chairperson of the Edinets Court, who is also the manager of that particular court with 4 premises, in order to visit all the secondary premises, has to travel about 150 kilometers back and forth. So these are additional costs, effort, administrative resources that have to be spent. So this kind of resources could have been spent in a better manner should we have had some new like single premises built according to this law. According to the order, so a new study was conducted by the development partners, and they provided a couple of options on the reorganization and optimization of the judicial map. So these options included the possibility for rearrangement of the prosecution office. This study was done based on a request of the working group that was created under the premises of the Superior Council Magistracy, and we have analyzed all the proposals based on the experience from inside. So this working group has developed a report in 2022, submitted a proposal to the Minister of Justice to submit some legislative recommendations for the purpose of improving the activity of the judicial core. I would like to mention that although this draft is now being managed by the Agency for Court Administration, has to be promoted with the support of the Minister of Justice, but nevertheless this is not our creation, our document, but this is a continuation of the documents that were developed in 2020 under the auspices of the CSM. Another important issue that was included in the strategy for the independence and integrity of justice for 2020-2025, so that was one of the objectives and included in the plans of the Ministry of Justice and of the agency. As it was mentioned in the study of 2021 as well as in the report of 2022, no exact solutions were provided. I mean, these kind of solutions were like optimum solutions, and they were supposed to be discussed in order to choose the most feasible one. Under that idea, so the agency under the platform Minister of Justice has organized 2 discussion rounds or forums. Under this kind of forums, we invited all the stakeholders from the Justice, Superior Council Magistrate, Chairperson and the Chief Justices, the Ministry of Interior, so legal professions, as well as we try to include people from the Parliament, development, partners, etc. Each proposal has been debated and discussed separately with the people participating, and we have identified the most optimum solutions that have to be promoted and discussed already on the parliamentary platform based on the order to amend the Law 76. I will not mention all of this, but the number of the courts should have been increased from 15 to 16 by dividing the Ungeni court under the Hâncești one, include the Hâncești, to reduce the total number of the secondary court. And then by creation of the Dondușeni court. So the Dondușeni court will be moved to the Droghea, and from Droghea So the Glodian will be removed from the drug yard. The Glodian court will then function as part of the Belts court, and then the Belts court would have like a central headquarters and then two secondary. The Shoulder-Neshti court would be liquidated. So this process has already been completed by merging it with Resina. Misporing court would get under the Stresheni court. Now it's under the Ungain, and the litigants have a lot of difficulties in order to physically reach this court. Leova court will be matched with the Hinchest one, although according to the laws 76, so this is now under the Chimishlia. Also, we had a lot of requests following the proposals to the Superior Council to merge this court, and we have come to the conclusion that it would be more feasible to have it placed under Hinchest court. Volkaneshti court, so where we have just one judge currently, will be merged with the Kahul court. Territorial location would be more preferable than under the Comrat, and then so then we will have something under the Court of Appeals would be renamed from the Northern Belts Court of Appeal, then Central Court of Appeal from Chișinău, and then the Courts of Appeal from Cahul and Comrat will be merged under one Court of Appeal from the Southern region. There were a lot of discussions on the merger of these two Courts of Appeal, on the feasibility. Together with the Superior Council of the Magistracy, we have endorsed our proposal to create just two premises. One would be specialized on the penal cases, the other would be specialized on the civil. There was a lot of discussion about the access to justice, and we, together with the partners and the Minister of Justice, so we are very much involved in the digitalization of the justice. So here we can speak about the e-filing that is being piloted in 7 courts out of the 15. In all the courts of the appeals under that particular jurisdiction, so they're being piloted. This is Jedinets, Belts, Ungain, Chimishlia, Strasheni, and Kahul. So this kind of e-filing system is being tested. Video conferences is being used in all the courts, so all the equipment has been provided to the courts, and the other ministries are working on developing the necessary additional infrastructure that would bring some added value for citizens in order to be closer to the justice. I know that today, so we'll have another separate panel on digitalization, so thereby I will not talk about digitalization per se. So during the question-answer session, I'm ready to answer. Should you have any questions or concerns, I will try to address them. I'm sure that we will have questions by the end. So I would like to ask Mr. Vasily Shkopu, so what is your opinion about, and what is the opinion of the CSM about that? About that reform. Good day. So first of all, I will speak on behalf of the Court of Ungain as the former chairperson of the Court of Ungain, and then I'll speak as a member of the CSM. Being previously acting as the chairperson of the Ungain Court back in 2014, I know that the Republic of Moldova received a lot of European funds for justice. If I'm not mistaken, there was 60 million euros that were allocated. The majority of this money has not been used properly, due to some reasons. According to all the requirements and standards that have not been amended until now, according to those standards, actually the courts have to enjoy and to be given and granted some autonomy. Financial autonomy shall be given to them, meaning that we had the suggestion to build a new courthouse in Ungain, taking into account that in Ungain we have the gate way to Europe from Moldova, and we had the possibility to take advantage of this opportunity and to use the European money to build this court, and we have been accepted by the government. So our suggestion was accepted by the government to build this new court, and this courthouse was designed and envisaged for the Ungain court, for the Ungain district. It has nothing to do with what happened later on. So meanwhile, we started designing, and then there was an idea to start optimizing the map, and then the draft law was developed, and we were somehow asked, begged, or requested to take that into account, namely to increase the total number of offices, because that was the only possibility. I mean, that was the only possibility that we could do, namely to change the number of offices and to reorganize out of 10 offices for judges and the clerks. We were supposed to make like 15 offices. They were smaller and less comfortable, but that was the only solution. That was the only solution that we could have make or amend. So then the respective law was adopted further on. So we started optimizing on Ungenis, and we merged together. So we were the first ones to work under that new optimized law, optimizing the code mapping. So now let's get back to the question: what was the purpose of that reorganization? Because the general purpose was to improve the Judicial Act by creating all the possibilities to have a specialization of the judges, because in a small court it's not possible to have judges that would be specialized in various cases. All in all, so we are 12 judges, and throughout the years until now, so we have noticed that one courthouse with such a number of judges or positions of judges is not able to fulfill the purpose and the objective of that law. Because for one court to be able to get all the judges specialized in two areas like criminal and penal and civil, so for that purpose the court should have had like 15 judges. That would be the minimum number. And this is the conclusion from our activity, from what we have heard until now, because we know that, for example, in criminal there are some specializations. We have the judges, we have investigation judge, and then we have additional investigation judges for the civil matters. So we should also have some judges that would be specialized on the cases with the minors, juvenile, and then for the civil matters. So we have administrative cases. We should have specialized judges, like in a small court. There should be at least one. And then we should have some additional judges that have to be specialized on integrity, on insolvency, bankruptcy. There should be separate judges. Also, there should be judges on cases with the minors, because in the civil board, we should also have some specialized judges on the minors. Then how should we do the random distribution? That's another problem on random distribution of the case file. So our conclusion from the ongoing court is for one court to be able to fulfill this kind of the objectives of that law would be to have at least 15 judges, because the bigger the court is, then the act of justice should have been improved. But that would depend on the specialization of the judges, because if a judge has been working in a certain kind of area for a longer time, and then that particular person would become a better specialist, would work better, the quality of the case file solution would also be ruled in a better way. What is proposed by the Minister of Justice, and that was mentioned by Sorin Popescu, is a step backward and not forward, because we have courts with like 8 to 10 judges, and that's absolutely illogical to have. It's a nonsense. And so the question is whether we would be able to accomplish the goal or not. So that's the question that is still pending on our agenda. And here I would like to make a comparison of the situation from two countries. One from the Western, with a lot of like history, legal history, culture, developed country. That's one case scenario. And then the second one is from the former socialist republics. And I will take the example of Netherlands, and we'll have another expert who would give her opinion about that. And then Estonia would be the second example, because in Netherlands back in 50s, in those years of 50s, they used to have courts like with 4 or 6 judges under the same court. because justice should be brought closer to the people. So that was actually the main principle. But gradually they've noticed that that generated a lot of problems, because for 4 judges, if that court would include also only 4, then we cannot speak about any type of specialization. There cannot be. There's lack of step, because some of the people would be sacked or dismissed, resign. The others would travel. The others would be promoted. And then the vacancies have to be filled out. I mean, that was the problem in Netherlands. And then they had a situation when the court would have stayed with just 1 judge. And they decided to do the same thing as it was in Moldova, and that is to optimize and to increase the number of the courts and judges. And they've calculated that it would be a normal situation for 1 court to include, so we're talking about the first instance court, only 50 judges, like approximately 50 judges. That would be the optimum number. So they did this, and they worked for 20 years under the same formula, and they've come to the conclusion that this is not enough.
So it's possible to specialize them by areas, criminal, civil, but it's not possible to specialize them by narrow areas. That's why they moved to another stage. They have established 11 first instance courts for the whole country for 70 million inhabitants, and the average number of judges per court is 100. So it's 100 judges divided by 2 main areas, criminal and civil law, and each of those departments or broad areas is further divided into sub-units. And in the past 20-25 years, because I don't know exactly the years when they made this reform, but at least for the 20-25 years they are using this new approach, and everybody is very happy. They say that the quality has improved significantly. The case review duration has shortened. And now let's go back to Estonia. In Estonia studied the experience of EU, and from the very beginning they set up 4 courts for 13 counties. So they divided the country in 4 big regions, and their courts are large. The number of judges is 50 on the average, and they are specialized by narrow areas. I had some discussions with the chief judge from Tallinn court, and she told us how things improved after they made this reorganization. They are happy that they can implement specialization by narrow areas. Judges work a certain number of years in this narrow area, being specialized in a narrow area, and if they get bored, they have the possibility to move to another area of specialization. But as a whole, everybody is happy with the outcomes of this change. And we, unfortunately, make steps backwards instead of forwards. The number of 15 courts is very big for the Republic of Moldova. It is very big. And we will not manage to achieve the expected outcome if we keep moving backwards. And I'll tell you why. That's my personal opinion. I also asked our colleagues from Netherlands what was the reaction, what was the response of people as a result of these changes, because they had to travel longer distances to get to the nearest court, because this is an argument brought in our country explaining why the population and the local authorities are against such a change. And a former president of Netherlands told me that as a result of those changes, yes, there was some reluctance among politicians, members of parliament, and even mayors, because they used to say that in this town we used to have a court for 300 years, and now you close it out. What are you doing? But eventually the sound judgment One, they made some calculations and decided that such an optimization was the best way to go. But here, unfortunately, they do not do calculations, or if they do them, they do not base their decisions on those calculations. They just want to win the next elections. But if we want to develop the country, we need to make such calculations. We have to take risks because many people do not understand, but we have to explain why we have to make such a change. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you. And if you have questions, I'm ready to answer them. Is it the opinion of the CSM? No, CSM. Well, I was not involved in this working group because I was not with the CSM back then. I participated in various forums in the past. I expressed the same opinions, but unfortunately, this opinion is not very popular. Not everyone likes it, but this is my opinion, which is aligned to the European standards. I know that Vlad Gribincea had a study on this area. I presented the figures. Hopefully, the judgment will win over emotions. Thank you. I have noticed certain similarities with the debates on the local reform, but before that we have a guest from Denmark, Mr. Jasper Petrup. Jasper, can you hear us? You have the floor.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, and greetings from Denmark. I will give a brief talk about judicial maps. I have over the years had the opportunity to analyze judicial maps in quite a lot of different countries. Some of these analyses have led to changes of the judicial maps. Some of the analyses have not led to any changes. I have my most recent experience is from Albania, and in my opinion, we completed a rather successful revision of the judicial map. It has just now been implemented fully. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then in general, I want to present what, in my experience, amounts to good practice, perhaps even best practice, when it comes to setting up and designing judicial maps. By the way, my presentation should not be seen as a direct comment to the current proposals for Moldova, since I'm not familiar with the details of that particular proposal. So I think the main components in a process to reform the judicial map could be depicted like this. So it's, in my opinion, very important to start with a very thorough analysis of the statistical data. When you start such a process, you will always meet some people who say that they don't think there's any need for analysis because they already know how the optimal judicial map is going to look like. But in my experience, they will often be surprised. Then when you actually do the calculations, maybe the map you were imagining was not as efficient as you thought it was. So it's very important to start with this. And in my opinion, the initial analysis should focus mainly on two issues: efficiency related to workload and access to justice. Then you can use these indicators to form an initial proposal for a new ideal judicial map. And then you move to the next phase, the feasibility study, because you also need to take into account all the other potential details and the time. How much time will it take? What will it cost? Is it realistic? And that will likely lead you to change somewhat the proposal. At least that has always been my experience. Then you move to the next phase, round of consultations, because basically this is a political process. It's not just impacting the court and the court staff, it's also impacting local communities and prosecutors, lawyers, and many people. So you need to reach out and get input from other stakeholders. This will likely also lead you to slightly change the proposal for the judicial map. And then we come to the next phase, which is basically also very important, the implementation plan, to put everything in Gantt charts and break everything down so you can successfully plan for the actual implementation. And I'm proud to say that in Albania, we did this in just 3 years' time. And if it had not been for the COVID, it would have been faster. So I think that was a fairly successful experience. Now, when it comes to the first initial analysis, there are basically two questions one needs to ask. The first question is how many judges does a court need to function well? In order not to be vulnerable in case of vacancies, to be able maybe to have some level of specialization, to be able to judge in panels, to have a good professional environment. And different countries and different cultures have different answers to this question. So in Albania and Denmark, the minimum has been set to 7 to 8 judges. As you heard, in the Netherlands, it's a much higher target. In some countries, it's lower. So that's a good place to start. What will really make a court function well? And the second, and in relation to that question, we also need to find out: will each court have the workload that supports this number of judges? Because if they don't have the workload, you have an unbalanced and inefficient workload, distribution of workload. And of course, when you talk about workload, you should not just, it's not just the number of cases, it's also taking into account the complexity of cases. So it's necessary to carry out some sort of weighted caseload study. The second question, access to justice. What is the reasonable time and distance citizens should expect when traveling to the court? Again, answers differ. Different countries, different cultures have different answers to this question. And also requirements change because we have because of digital innovation, you can now have video hearings, and so this is also a complex issue. Basically, most people will agree you do not need to have a courthouse on every corner. On the other hand, most people would say that if you have to go to court, maybe you should be able to go to that court hearing, go back and forth on the same day. So somewhere in between that wide range, most people will find set the goal. This can also be depicted as a decision tree. So basically, first question: will the court, if you take a given court, does it have a workload enough to support this minimum number of judges? If yes, keep it. If no, then do something about it. In Albania, we actually developed a very useful software application to try to analyze this situation, also give the possibility to experiment with different scenarios for the judicial map. So I'll just make a demonstration. So here we have on the left side of the panel, you can select a court. Now we have selected a court in the south of Albania, Gjokastra. And you can see the courthouse is located in the blue area. And then we have the major villages in this jurisdiction as the red dots. And we can, of course, measure the travel time from these villages. So right now, as the situation is now, it will take you 1 hour and 20 minutes to get from the most remote village to the courthouse. But we have the basic indicators up above. Green is good, red is not so good. So the problem here is that the workload in this court district actually only supports 5 judges. So it's actually, you can say it's too small to be able to, and we can change as we said, we can change the criteria. So it might be an idea to try to change that, and we can play around with it in this application. So if we want to add another municipality, we can do that. Just a moment. So we have a small court located next to this, and now we have added it, and see that now we can support 6 judges, and then we can try to add another district, another municipality to the court, and we'll see that it should increase the estimated need for judges now to 7. So that's better. Now we have 8, but now the travel time is also maybe not acceptable. So playing around with this application was really useful for us because it allowed the members of the Higher Judicial Council, everybody involved to play with different ideas and what will happen if we do this and what will happen if we do that. And it was really useful in different phases of the reform process. Okay. Next step was the feasibility study, because now we have the ideal, the game ended and we have a green light for all the courts, but now we have to find out whether it's actually practical to implement it. So there was a lot of discussion about video hearings. Would that actually be possible? Because you might be able to accept a longer travel distance if you have more video hearings. What's the cost of all this? What is the need for new buildings? How will the IT systems cope with this change, and so on? So we worked extensively on that, and because of it, we had to change slightly the proposal. Next phase would be this round of consultations. So the leadership of the Higher Judicial Council and the Ministry of Justice traveled to all the regions in the country, and I had the opportunity to travel with them in many occasions, and made a presentation of this new proposal, gathered opinions from various stakeholders. Those who were mostly against the proposal was, of course, the lawyers, because it really impacts lawyers who are located in a small town, and that's their business. And if the court moves, that's, of course, rather a disaster. But then again, you can't maintain a court system just because of the lawyers. So, that gave rise to a lot of good discussion, and also some changes, because politics is also involved, also some changes to the proposal for the judicial map. And then finally, we have the implementation phase with putting it all into Gantt charts, what's possible, what action has to be taken before the other action, and so on. So I'd like to end by saying it's important not to underestimate the complexity of such an endeavor, because there are so many people involved in a process, so many people are impacted by this change. There are so many dimensions involved, and politics is involved. So many countries have in recent years revised their judicial maps, and quite a few mistakes have been made. The right approach, most of these mistakes can be avoided, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will maybe take a few minutes to see if there are any questions for you from the group here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gabriela Scutea. I represent in Moldova the EU through the instrument of high-level advisors being assigned to the Ministry of Justice and also to the Prosecution Office. I'm very happy to take part in this meeting, especially because it's my inception period in Moldova. And given the very rich agenda of this forum, I get the chance to know everything what's needed for my future tasks. But Mr. Vitrup, taking into account your excellent expertise in the field, I want to ask you something about how many years should an optimization plan to be in place and to deliver outcomes actually in order to have a review to measure the performance, the indicators, and then consider if, for example, this fusion of the courts of appeal here in Moldova, would it be feasible or not? How to measure the indicator or to identify the indicators in order for the specialization to get deeper and let's say higher in terms of efficiency and performance of the judges? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's unfortunately rather difficult to answer because it depends very much on various factors. So the quality of the data you have, of course, is crucial. As you may know, I happened to do a study together with LAD and the Legal Resource Center some years back. So I know you probably have the data available. That would be useful for a project like this. When it comes to time, I think the most important factor that may delay the process is probably politics. That's how it has been in all the projects I've been involved with. So Denmark also, when we reformed the judicial map many years ago, we had to wait for politicians because maybe they didn't have the courage because there was an election, so we have to wait until that election has happened, and then and I think that's probably usually the the serious cause of delays is really this reliance on politics and the need for Parliament to approve the new map. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I have actually a couple of questions. Denmark has gone through a very significant and strong territorial administrative reform a few years ago. Was there any link or correlation between the territorial administrative reform and the distribution of the courts, of the justice map, let's say?
Partly, yes. It was carried out in approximately the same period of time. So actually, it also delayed the process for the reform of the judicial map because we had to wait for the reform of the administrative map. So it partly followed that, but it's not the same. We have a large number of municipalities and local governments and not so many courts. So it's not a one-to-one process.
Were there? I mean, what were the criteria? Or we are going to have immediately after you, a member of the parliament, talk about the territorial administrative reform of the local governments. Which is also a reform that is being discussed and also difficult politically to be planned and to be implemented. So it would be interesting to hear if there are any issues that we would have to have in mind to correlate the two reforms. Sure.
Basically, it followed much the same procedure as I just mentioned. So it was there was made an analysis to decide what is the kind of minimum size you need to have for a local government to function efficiently. And then it was in Denmark, the existing local governments, and we have almost 300, were encouraged to themselves come up with proposals for who they want to merge with. And actually most of the mergers happened because of that, so they were done voluntarily. The course was a different matters, and then the process was managed by the courts administration. So that's the factors.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you'll stay for the discussions further in the session, but if you stay, we will come back with questions from the hall, and we will be glad to hear your response as well.
I'll stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Doamna Voloch.
Mrs. Voloch, the Parliament approved a law on voluntary merger for local public authorities. We are in process of developing a new methodology. We had discussions, and we still have lots of discussions about the administrative territorial reform. What are the peculiarities of this reform, and how do you see its connection with court map review? Thank you very much for the invitation. Perhaps, like in other countries, initially we wanted to synchronize these two reforms, the court map optimization and the local public authorities reform, or administrative territorial reform, because these two reforms are intercorrelated. In 2017, several steps were made in order to implement a reform of the local public authorities. 3 scenarios were developed, and of course political will is needed for that, a political will which lacked at that period. And also this is a very complex reform, because we still have this perception that in case of a failure we will regress rather than progress, as it happened in 2001 when we have the centralization process and the number of local public authorities actually increased as a result of the reform. In order to avoid these risks, more targeted steps were carried out, because according to the local public administration reform strategy 2023 to 2030, we will have a phased reform. At the first stage, from 2023 to 2026, we'll have voluntary mergers. Yes, indeed, the Moldovan Parliament has already approved a law on voluntary merger. So the methodology was developed as well. Now it is being consulted on the government platform. We would like to have the same results like the Nordic countries, who are the EU member states, including our neighbors from the east, Ukraine, which already implemented these voluntary merger reforms. So hopefully we'll have quite a large number of local authorities that will be willing to merge on a voluntary basis, because the objective of this reform is to increase the living standards of people, to increase the quality of services provided by local authorities, as well as improve the access to service providers. So that was the major barrier which when the 1998 reform was reviewed, because as a result of that reform, the access of citizens was diminished. And we are also aware that this reform should be implemented in tandem with the development of local infrastructure, in particular road infrastructure, because good roads will facilitate access of people to authorities and services. Another factor to take into account is the digitalization of services. And we also have to make sure that we have interconnected systems so that people do not have to submit the same documents in different places, and we should not ping-pong people from one window to another one. The e-APL, the electronic platform, digital platform for local public authorities, was designed to help citizens and facilitate their access to services. So expected outcome is to have a synchronization, because according to the law in 2027 we would like to have unified courts, and in 2027, according to the local public administration reform strategy, we would like to have a new configuration of local public authorities both at the first and second level, and the end outcome is to have the country divided in 5 regions, and in such a way we would comply with the EU requirements and will meet the conditionalities, and we will offer and we will have higher access to EU regional development funds, and that would be for the benefit of local communities. We have conducted a broad consultancy both of the law and of the methodology. The next step is to have the local elections and since 2024, perhaps we will resume these discussions, and we will discuss the financial support, because we were discussing the possibility to establish a fund to support LPAs that are ready to merge on a voluntary basis, as well as to support national programs such as the European Village, Express European Village programs to develop the water supply and sanitation, waste management, in a formula that will help us correlate all of the existing national programs and strategies so that this reform is a successful one and achieves its general objective: decentralization of the system, focusing on people and on increasing standards of life and access to services. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have noticed some differences in terms of terms for the two reforms. If we speak about justice sector, then this is a service provided by the state, which is deconcentrated in the territory, and the state has the power and freedom to do whatever changes at whatever time. But if we speak about LPAs, here we speak about communities, elected local elects, a mandate that they have to fulfill. So obviously the process is a bit more difficult.
Also today, so we have another expert, a guest speaker from Netherlands, Esther de Roche. And I hope that, Esther, you're ready to be online and to start the presentation.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to this, I think, very important conference, which covers several topics which were also relevant in the Netherlands, because we had also this change of the judicial map, and that was in 2013. And I would like to take a somewhat different perspective from my Danish colleague, who gave a very comprehensive presentation, which was very recognizable, by the way. I would like to tell you something about, well, the transition process, the outcome, and the challenges for judges and court staff. By the way, my name is Esther de Rooij and I'm Deputy Court President of the Court of Amsterdam for rule of law and international cooperation. And in 2013, I was also charged with the merge of the courts, 2 courts in the Netherlands, because that is what we did in 2013. We went from 19 district courts to 11, and from 5 courts of appeal to 4. And well, you must know that we are a very small country, but we have many inhabitants. We have a big population of, well, more than 17 million inhabitants. And that means we have dense, a dense population. Why, in the first place, did we change the judicial map? Well, in fact, there were 2 reasons at that time, and that was the vulnerability of courts and the specialization in the courts. I will explain this. And also the costs, because we had a lot of courthouses throughout the country. And well, this was also a political request. Do you really need all those courthouses? Can you not concentrate in a back office and then travel to a location to do your hearings? Well, we as judiciary at that time, and the leadership of the judiciary, we decided to work with the government and to reform our judicial map. Maybe a preliminary remark for this first element of vulnerability. We work in all courts of the Netherlands, all district courts, I must say. Take care of all cases, so administrative, civil, criminal, etc. But we work in specialized teams. Our courts, we have, for instance, in the Court of Amsterdam, we have 220 judges, and at that time that was 200 judges, and we work in 12 teams that are specialized on all kinds of, well, administrative, refugee, environmental law, but also family, insolvency, etc. And to keep up with these teams, we needed, and we still need some mass. And that was a problem in the smaller courts at the time in the country. Well, this was mentioned before, was also recognizable for me. If you have 6 judges in a certain court in part of the Netherlands, and 6 for administrative law, and 2 are ill and 2 are on holiday, and you have 2 left, so do you still have your specialized team? So, well, we started and we finished this judicial map. Cost us a few years, and well, it was achieved, but it was also evaluated. Well, what did the evaluation say? I think about, well, it was 8 years later. You see this this dichotomy between judges and management, and that is something that is very relevant in the Netherlands. The management says, well, it served its goal, and the judges said, well, we didn't like it because we wanted to stay in our own community of judges in our court with our own habits, our own culture, and you made us move and you emerged us, and well, we didn't like it. Well, we're used to it now, but well, there was quite some resistance. And I think too, I want to share with you some lessons learned here. And 2 topics are relevant. In fact, the same topics as in Denmark. One is the topic of specialization and efficiency, and the second is the access to justice by the citizens. Okay, what did the evaluation say, and what are my thoughts about that? Well, it is not only the first part, specialization. It is not only about efficiency. Yes, that is absolutely. If you grow to a larger scale, you can organize your processes in a more efficient way, but also you lose something. What is beneficial as it comes to specialization? The quality, not only the efficiency, but also the quality. Because you need mass to introduce quality measures and improvement of quality. And judges, well, I myself won already for 30 years, so I recognize this. We, as judges, individual judges, tend to look at their own case, their individual micro quality, which is of course very important, but does not as such improve the organization. We always say an organization of professionals is something different from a professional organization, and that is what we want it to be. So it is specialization, but also the required mass to introduce quality measures. You need more people for that, people that work together, people that see each other, maybe on a daily basis or at least a few times a week. This enhances quality, and this worked out fine, because we put those 6 colleagues of administrative law from one court in the other court, and there we had this critical mass, which was 10 to 15, and they developed together their quality policy. So I think that is a good result. The second part is the access to justice by the citizens. And well, this is, I think, a sensitive point. And I saw from the little footages that you showed, which were very interesting, that, well, your citizens do exactly say the same as our citizens. We want our courthouse close by. And, well, that was no longer so much the case in the Netherlands. And, of course, our figure says, well, people should not be very much, bothered with, well, why is it so difficult to travel once in your lifetime to a court, which is not within reach of 20 kilometers, but 60 kilometers. But we underestimated the feeling of the citizens that they want the judge close by. And what you saw after a few years is that we, and in fact all courts did that in a different way, but it all came back to the same principle. We organized that the judges went back into the neighborhoods, and we organized neighborhood judges. And that's the process that is going on now in the Netherlands, and that is a result of the reform of the judicial map. We as judges want to be close to the citizens, and the citizens want to have the feeling, at least, that we're not far away, that we know their environment, that we know their city, that we know the problems that, well, are being faced in that region or that city of the Netherlands. So this movement is still going on, and we are quite successful in it right now. Many courts have, well, we call it neighborhoods or proximity judges, whatever. We go into the neighborhoods and we talk there to the people, and do there also, sometimes in schools or city halls, we do there some of our court hearings. So this effect was, one would never have expected this as a result of a judicial reform, but it is there. So that is, I think, one of the lessons learned. Distance is important. It all must be a balance, because of course you will always have the minimum need for judges at one venue to keep this quality improvement, to keep this efficiency, organized processes. Yes, they are important, but and that's maybe also a lesson learned in the process of these 3 years that it took us. Judges and also court staff, but I think even merely judges, we are conservative people. They, stick to their own place to be, their own courthouse, their own culture, their own talks. And there was very much resistance to say to judges, well, we think that you could really travel 30 kilometers a day. That's no problem for you. You go from Alkmaar, for instance, to the court of Haarlem. And there was this enormous fuss among the judges. And it was not even, not so much the travel time. Yes, they didn't like it at all. Although we're a small country, can you imagine 30 kilometers? But it was merely, we feel that we belong to this way. This is our history also. And this made the process of creating uniformity in the working processes, which also took 3 years. It was a very tough job. What we did is the processes of one court and the working processes of another court. Well, it's about proceedings merely, but it's also about handling the case by administration. We put the courts together and we said, please choose the best one, and then you will carry that one out and you will take that as your own. And you would say, well, this should be possible. And and that's the last lesson learned. What happened? Yes, they chose. And they chose ways of working, sometimes of each other, or sometimes of themselves. And in the end, a few years later, what you see is that everybody did what he or she did 10 years ago. It's very difficult for people to change behavior, and it's important that you feel part of your community. Which doesn't mean that I say that this judicial reform has not been successful. I think it was in parts successful, yes. The evaluation commission said in the end, well, there is not much benefit, to be honest. But well, again, that is, I think, also to assess to be assessed by the management of courts. And for us, it is more important or more easy to create this professional organization, to introduce time measures, to introduce duration times, to introduce ways of improving quality, like intervision, we have all kinds of measures and you have to do that together. So let me see. Yes, last remark, digitization, that was a complete disaster in the Netherlands because we thought, well, we reformed the judicial map and we do it all at once. We're a small country and that really was literally a disaster. We spent 200 millions and it didn't succeed. So we had to go back to the beginning and now we do it in short steps, process by process, sometimes court by court, and now we're building up a new digitization system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will open the floor just for brief questions after your presentation, if there are any. I found very interesting this concept of neighborhood judges. Can you detail a bit how does it reconcile with having bigger courts with more judges, and how does it actually function?
Yes. Well, the neighborhood judges are, of course, part of a court. It's not a separate court. It is part of the court that is being carried out on the premises of certain areas in, cities or little villages. There, where there are specific problems, for instance, in Amsterdam, we have this area of law where there's a lot of criminality. And we decided to take that neighborhood for the judge to sit. And the judge has, sort of extra competencies, which we have to be careful with because we stay judges after all, and we are not, persons that provide of help. But what we do is certain judge of our court sit there weekly, and we have some kind of 1 or 2 hours and people can come in. And they can tell us what the problems are. And the idea is that it is an all-encompassing approach. So what we do is when we decide, we hear that we're going to try a case there, it is always in a way that you take, they have guilt, they have debts, they have problems at school, they are being kicked out of the house, there is a criminal offense. Some things never come alone. And then we say, okay, we take this criminal case, but we do that only here for you if you are willing to cooperate with all the people that want to help you and see that your situation really is improved. So it's problem solving. It's a problem solving approach, in which we must be careful to still have this role of a judge. And not all cases are susceptible for this approach, but we select them. And what we hear back from the neighborhoods, from the cities, from the mayors, that it's perceived as very, very helpful. So it's this distinction that we try to make between we have many cases in the Netherlands, we have many cases and they're all being tried in the courts, but some areas of law, some special premises are, susceptible for this approach.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And if you'll stay around, we will have a round of discussions and questions a bit later. Yes. We have now Vladislav Gripincea, who used to be the president of CRJM.
Thank you, Adrian. I will speak Romanian, if I may. Bună ziua încă o dată.
Good day once again. I will switch to Romanian. So, optimization of the judicial map, and we have been working with the USAID, so with the other organization, the Superior Council Magistracy, we have been working on this like 7 or 8 years ago, on doing this kind of optimization. This is not about the past. So this is about actually speaking about the future. It's absolutely clear for everybody that it was not possible for us to maintain a structure of 42 courthouses, territorial courthouses, and 2 specialized courts. That was not possible to keep that system, to have kept. Because like in half of these courts, we used to have like 5 or 6 judges on the paper, but in reality, we had 4 or less judges in reality. Because similar to the vetting process, due to some objective reason, this kind of reform cannot be done each year or 2 years. Because this is a reform that should be done once, for example, in a century, for the reason that we have to build the infrastructure, and that's the most important. For that particular reason, so the reform should be looked and shall be conducted in cold heart and based on some kind of rationale, because emotion should be left aside. So these kind of reforms have to be decided depending on the workload and the burden of the judges, as well as some of the standards of administration and specialization of the judges. As Mr. Shkopa said, we cannot have this kind of specialization if we have 8, 9, or 10 judges even. That's not possible. But the reform that started in 2016 was thought with like 9 minimum number of judges per courthouse. And then depending on the digitalization that we want to implement, how successful it would be able, depending on the transport infrastructure, that would be also some conditionalities that would influence this kind of reform process. Due to that, so we started with that particular reform from 2016. We had that reform paper and started being implemented from 2017. During the last 6 years, we had a lot of dissatisfaction in content. We used to have the same kind of dissatisfaction even in the past, but this is not due to the reform, but due to the lack of implementation of that particular reform, because we're going through a transition time, and this kind of transition time is lasting for long. So thereby the judges have to move and travel from one place to another place, because if they had to stay in the same place, would not have had this kind of problems to travel from a courthouse to another, or to move the case files from one place to another place and change the judges. It has to be acknowledged. And then I would like to get back to figures, because I'm absolutely fascinated by figures. I'm not a mathematician, but I like figures, because the total number of cases in the Republic of Moldova during the last 10 years has not changed essentially significantly. Has constantly varied from 220 to 160,000 cases of files per year, or materials per year, for 504 positions of the judges, but actually we had about 450 judges all in all. So the second figure is accessibility. In 2016, so decision was taken not to have 42 territorial, but we'll have 15. As a result of that particular change, the distance from, like an average distance from one locality to another locality, for example, where the court was placed, increased 2 times, twofold, from 15 to 45 kilometers, or the utmost distance was like 60 kilometers. That was the distance. Let's imagine, and I liked how somebody explained and how the courts were placed in like Netherlands many years ago. I like that kind of explanation, because the calculation was the following: how the person can horse ride in a day, and that was the location of one courthouse, based on that particular calculation. And then the courts of appeal were calculated based on another distance, because if you take the same kind of criteria in Moldova, then I believe that you should have just one courthouse in Chișinău only. But actually we're living in some other times, and but let's go backward and let's imagine how many times in one lifetime so would appear before a judge. Like 1 of 3 or 1 of 10 people in Republic of Moldova would appear before the judges once in a lifetime. And as a rule, one person would appear like 2 times in a lifetime before a judge. So that means that one person, one individual, according to the calculation, like 2.3 times in a lifetime, a person would participate in a court trial, in a court hearing. This is like on average, but this figure has to be taken into account when we do this kind of calculation. So this is not about a mere reality that you would go every day, so we're not talking about doctors that you have to visit more often. Third issue is about digitalization and infrastructure. So the transport infrastructure of today is absolutely different from what we had like even 10 years ago. Now the transportation infrastructure is much better. In 2 hours and 20 minutes, you have the possibility to get from Chișinău to Vulcănești. Or for example, 2 hours and 30 minutes you would spend from Chișinău to Briceni on the other end of Moldova. Yes, by car, actually. I'm not talking about buses or public, it's about car. But also by respecting the speed limit, not getting over the speed limit. So my point is that infrastructure changed, but another issue is about digitalization. A lot is being discussed about the e-court solutions, e-filing, about the e-application in person. And another issue that you should never forget about this issue is how often do people come to court in person and how many times they're being represented in court. I'm an attorney, and I can tell you that in the majority of the situations, my clients never come to court in person. I do that instead of the clients. And I believe that that would be the general tendency. There might be some kind of exceptions when the clients would spend time on a civil case and to come in person to the court. But half of the civil cases in the Republic of Moldova are examined in absence in default of the parties, based on the written procedures. All these issues have to be taken into account whenever we talk about the optimization, because 2-3 times coming in court, so we do not have any kind of written procedures about that in our legislation, because in those situations, the parties are like part to this case file examination. Another issue is when these hearings are being delayed or postponed or rescheduled, but this is not about optimization of the judicial map. It's about organization of the judicial hearings. Also, we have 15 courts. Is that a lot or little? A couple of minutes ago, Esther said that in Netherlands you have 17 million inhabitants, and the territory is 41,000 square kilometers, 20% more than in the Republic of Moldova, and the population 6.5 times bigger than in the Republic of Moldova de facto. In addition to this population, and Netherlands have 11 district courthouses for that number of population of 17 million. So let's make the calculation, and then, of course, we cannot compare, and we cannot use the same kind of measurement units in the Republic of Moldova and Netherlands. The density is a bit different, but 15 is a lot or little? Is a few. That might be a political decision, considered as a political decision, but nevertheless, we have to look into the construction. None of the existing courthouses can accommodate a bigger number of judges, of pool of judges. Even if you go to Cahul and all the judges are placed in the same premise, or for example in Ungheni is the only exception to that. But for example in Cahul, if you invite all the judges, they would not be able to fit in the same courthouse due to the vacancies and the leaves. Only then the judges can fit into the same courthouse. And the construction of the building of the office is absolutely inevitable, it's absolutely a must, but it costs money. So how many courthouses have to be built? According to the law that was adopted in 2016, 14 courthouses should have been built from scratch. And then you can calculate how much is to be spent. 5-6 million euros would have to be spent for one courthouse. And then you might calculate the total amount that shall be budgeted for that in total. So where should the courthouses be placed? I'm not saying that 15 is a lot or little, because I will go back to the figures that were presented by Mr. Shkop a bit earlier. But what is sure and clear for me is that the judges have to be placed located depending on the infrastructure. That's first. Transportation routes are also very important. But we shall never forget about the economic development centers that we have in Moldova. There's some kind of localities where we, according to the law from 2016, we should have courthouses. But unfortunately, like 15, 20 years would not be able to reach any economic development because the forecasts are absolutely clear. I do not want to give any figures, but this kind of economic development would not happen there. In this kind of localities, you would not be able to hire staff that would assist the judges because they would not be skilled, because there is a kind of a tendency to migrate to the economic development centers of the people. Automatically, that would would decrease the professional progress and development of the people. Third issue, territorial administrative structure should also be taken into account. Is that an issue that has to be considered or not? As it was mentioned by Jesper, and also I've noticed in some other countries, including in Estonia, the territorial administrative structure does not coincide with the court structure organization. And we have two explanations for that. As I have said, there is a big request for administrative services is more frequent compared with the court services. Secondly, every time, so whenever there is an administrative service that is located closer to the courthouse, there's a tendency to bring them closer, of the local public administration being located closer to the courthouses. I'm not sure whether that would not impact the impartiality of the judges, but there is a lot of suspicion about that. Constantly, there has been that particular issue, in particular in the small courthouses, as well as in the small territorial administrative units. That might be a question mark. Another question is about the prosecution of it, because according to the law on prosecution office, the envisages the territorial prosecution and the sectorial usually, as a rule, coincides with the structure of the courthouses. Because should the courts be merged and combined according to the law on prosecution, the spirit would be that, as a rule, the structure of the territorial prosecution should also coincide with the structure of the courthouses. So in case of the courts, this decision has to be taken by the parliament. In case of the prosecution, these kind of decisions are taken by the prosecution authorities. Until now, the Superior Council of Prosecution and the General Prosecutor decided that they would not start the optimization, and they have a big number of heads, chiefs, and territorial structures, and that's because we have the territorial houses. But once we do not have the territorial courthouses, then the prosecutors would have nothing to do, then get reorganized, because the prosecutors are working for the courthouses and not for something else. That's their duty. Also, the police structure has to be taken into account. Should it coincide with the courthouse structure? Should it coincide with the prosecution in the court? I believe that no, because the burden of the task would be to maintain the public order, and the public order maintained doesn't mean an act of justice, because the criminal investigation field is absolutely different, because the criminal investigation should coincide with the prosecution map, but in general, the police, the Ministry of Interior should coincide with the territorial administrative structure. That's my opinion. And this is how we could address this issue. Another issue is about the attorneys, because we have the free legal aid that has to be provided by the state. And if you make an analysis of the public defenders from the units, from the territorial units, you might notice, regretfully, that the majority of the attorneys, they're already old, and they are the ones that provide the free legal aid. And in the future would not have the attorneys that are ready to provide the emergency, urgent free legal aid. In some of the situations, cases cannot be delayed. And you can notice that in the Chișinău Bar Association, one of the bars from the Republic of Moldova, now we have 90% of the attorneys registered on the Chișinău Bar out of the total 100%. For example, in the Cahul and in the Comrade, so they have like only 150 attorneys all in all in two of the boroughs together. They have only 150 attorneys, nolens, but this kind of solutions have to be found. Some of the new premises have to be built, that's absolutely right. But here we have like a very unique chances that this kind of courthouses have to be built, and that's a possibility for the judge to improve considerably the quality, and the perception of the public would be improved about the court activity, as well as the conditions, the working conditions, along with the technical possibilities of e-transformation and digitalization.
This is also important in terms of specializing judges and in terms of ensuring good operation of courts. Another item to factor in is the workload of the appellate court. But before that, I would like to present again to discuss again the figures presented by Mr. Shkyopo. There are 15 courts. Is it too much, too few? In my opinion, we cannot have more than 15. According to the EU standards, we need to have at least 100,000 people per court. So we have less. So we are under this standard. So if we'd like to comply with the standards, we'll have to decrease the number of courts. And after making the relevant calculations on the basis of statistical data for 2022 and the first half of 2023, we found some interesting solutions. If we put the average number of 12 or 13 judges per court, the optimal number is 15 judges per court to have an efficient court management. Then in Chișinău, we need to have one court merged with Nenoi, Bender, and Ștefan Vodă, with 18 or 19 judges. And 178,000 people. Chișinău, one court with about 160 judges, and the population 850,000, including Ialoveni, Criuleni, and Dubăsar in one single court. Belz, a court with about 35 judges, to include Fălești, Sângereni, Râșcani, and Glodeni, with a population of 333,000 people and 35 judges, as I've already mentioned. Cahul, to include Cahul, Taraclii, Cantimira, Leova, and Vulcănești, and 18 judges, 188,000 people. Comrat, to include Cimișlia, Comrat, Ceadărlunga, and Basarabească, with 172,000 population and only 13 judges. So it's fewer than what we would like, 14, 15 judges. Edinets, 188,000 people, 16 or 15 judges, to include the following: Edinets, Dădușeni, Brăceni, Ocnița. Hâncești, 15 or 14 judges, 110,000 people, and to include Hâncești and Leova. Orhei, 20 judges, 195,000 people, to include Orhei, Rezina, Șoldenești, Telenești, Soroca, 19 judges, 198,000 people, Soroca, Florești, Drochia. Strășeni, with 13 or 14 judges, 115,000 inhabitants, to cover Strășeni and Călăraș. Ungheni and Nisporeni, 12 judges, that would be the smallest court, 125,000. Several trends I would like to highlight. The first, the closer we are to the center, the bigger the trend to go to courts. The further from the center, I guess people are more willing to negotiate among themselves before going to the court. Another issue, economic companies, businesses that will generate bigger workloads even if the population is relatively lower. I was telling you about Strașeni, 120 million people, but they generate a workload similar to the workload generated in Cimișlia and Comrat, where the number of population is by 50% higher. My point here is that if we want to comply with the minimum standards, we need to decrease the number of courts down to 10. The question is what will happen with Ialoveni. Ialoveni is at a distance of 10-15 kilometers from Chișinău, but if you calculate from the border of Chișinău to the border of Ialoveni, it will be 3 kilometers. So Chișinău will be an economic center, and in 10 years it will not be clear where Chișinău ends and Ialoveni starts. And these 4 or 7 judges from Ialoveni can be merged into a big court of Chișinău. So in such a way, people will have a quicker justice rather than keeping that court in Ialoveni. And regarding appellate courts, the appellate courts, we have another problem with them. The workload of Chișinău appellate court. Chișinău appellate court is now reviewing from 60 to 75% of all appeals in the country. The other 3 appellate courts cumulatively add up to 25-30%. This issue needs to be solved. At the Chișinău Appellate Court, we have about 60 position of judges, better said 57 position of judges, and their number cannot be increased. Well, in theory, it can be increased, but by doing so, the number of judges will have to be decreased in the other appellate courts, and this will mean too few judges in the other courts. Our recommendation is to remove from the territorial competence of Chișinău Appellate and move them to the other appellate courts that are not so overwhelmed with work. Orhei could go to the north. Ungheni could go where it used to be, to the north, Belts Appellate Court. From the south, Căușeni could move to the south, Cimișlia and Hâncești to the south as well. In such a way, the workload will decrease by about 40% for the Chișinău Appellate Court. So on the one hand, it will decrease the workload and also will decrease the needed number of judges in Chișinău, and some of them could be transferred to the other appellate courts. We have 13 judges in 2 appellate courts, which is not enough to have proper specialization. So these are the recommendations from our side. And at the end, I would like to say that, of course, whatever we do, there will be people who are not satisfied. This is a painful decision, Esther, and we, those from the system, would like to maintain the status quo, would like to preserve the situation that we have now because we have friends here, we don't want to move, we don't want to commute. But what really matters today is that in 25 or 30 years, when we meet again, to be able to say that the decision we took today was a correct one, both for the judiciary and for the quality provided by the judiciary. Thank you very much, Mr. Gribincea. Thank you for presenting in details and highlighting the complexity of the topic discussed. We have about 40 minutes, and I would like to start the Q&A session. Please. Hello, Andrei Roșca, member of the Superior Council of Prosecutors. Vlad, you have already answered 90% of the questions that I prepared. In terms of territory, Netherlands has 41,000 kilometers, Moldova 33, but as you have referred to prosecutors, I'd like to say the following. On October 21, 2021, the Superior Council of Prosecutors ex officio, I would like to underline that it was ex officio, we passed a decision which stipulates the following: to submit this decision to the interim general prosecutor in order to start an review of the workload by prosecutor in the General Prosecution Office, specialized and territorial prosecutorial offices, and to review the appropriateness of staffing lists. As a result, the General Prosecutor, the management of the prosecution, responded to this initiative and issued an order to change the structure only of the Prosecution General Office. So we can only consent. But why can't we change our structure on our own? That's a question. So this change impacted us, and we had to react somehow. So, but you have answered my question. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you want to comment? Do you want to discuss this connection? I would like to underline one thing. Whether we want it or not, the technical development will be a factor to take into account, and we have to build new offices. And if you do so, let's make it in a wise way so that they are comfortable both for court users and for the system. In many countries, when new buildings are built, the prosecutors are not very far from the court because they have to work together. In some countries, they even share the same building, but they are in different wings of the building. So this issue of prosecutors having to travel is solved. The attorneys are in the same place, so it's easier to go from one session to another one, and the file do not have to be moved from one building to another. The pre-trial facilities units are the same. So if we would like to strengthen the network and merge, so if new buildings are built, we could make the building bigger and have one wing for prosecutors. So if a new building is built, you can add extra 30% to the budget in order to build a bigger building and have space, have premises for prosecutors as well. But we have to discuss about this now. Why I was presenting the model design of a building? Because this modern design gives you solutions for a number of problems. And if we have the same premises, they have the same building, both for judges and prosecutors, and it will be easier for you. You will not have to identify a new building because the prosecution does not have enough premises. I mean, at the local level, buildings for all prosecutors. You cannot have a single office, for example, in Cahul, to bring all of the prosecutors from the jurisdiction, or to do the same in Edinets. It's not possible. The building is not big enough. But if new buildings are built, then you'll have to move there. Mr. Popescu, I would like to step in. The survey done in 2021 focused both on courts and on the prosecution offices. So I believe it would have been much easier if these two reforms would have been implemented in tandem. I don't know why the prosecution somehow said they did not want to progress with it. We, the agency, our vision was to reform courts, and then it would be logical for prosecution offices in line with the newly reformed courts to adjust their buildings. That's our vision. As I've said already, here we cannot have ideal solutions because both the study and the working group did not come up with solutions that are feasible and acceptable 100% for all stakeholders. They came up with some solutions to be discussed. Even today, this forum is very beneficial for us. For example, in Netherlands, I have not traveled to Netherlands, but today I've learned some new things about it. Regarding Estonia, this September I had a chance to visit it and learn about its experience. I liked very much what I saw there. I saw a high level of digitalization, and they started this process in 1995. They also had the very difficult periods from 1991 till 1991. They had a kind of internal fight, but after that they managed to form their vision. They were supported by various projects, and now they have what to be proud of. Regarding the organization of courts in Estonia, they have 9 courts. Also the Supreme Court that has the role of constitutional court, 2 courts of appeals, and 6 first instance courts. 4 common. And also it's interesting in Estonia that they have temporary courtrooms because, as you might know, they have some territories that are not inhabited very densely. So they have some rooms there, and if need, the judge can travel there, have the court sessions, and after that travel back. In terms of digitalization, Estonia is very advanced, and each citizen, regardless of the area where he or she lives, rural or urban, have a kind of digital card, and this is their digital identity, and they can log in various systems for pensions, for social benefits, social services, and so on. And now, well, when we visited the Italian court, we understood that this year more than half of files and applications are submitted digitally. So the agency and the Ministry of Moldova are investing a lot of efforts to develop the e-case file. I cannot say that we have a very high number of applications submitted online, perhaps because now only lawyers can pilot test this solution. Our plan is to extend this and to offer the possibility to all citizens, professionals, including local public authorities, to be able to submit their application online. And this indeed will be a facility for citizens. They will not have to travel physically. They will not have to come in person to the court premises. If these processes started earlier, we would have already have some tangible results. So Mr. Gribincha's suggestion would have been feasible to have fewer courts, and it would have been easier for us because we wouldn't have had to build so many courts. But now we have to take into account the actual situation that we have now. And we cannot rely on statistics only. We try to see the situation at the local level. For example, the Chișinău and Leova court, there was an idea to merge these two. We made a request to the Superior Council of Magistracy, and then we received all possible and impossible letters to the agency, and our staff just had to reply to those letters. We even had a request signed by 6,200 complainants, and we reviewed separately each complaint and each letter, and one of the arguments that was invoked was that there was no road to connect Chișinău and Leova. There was that road was in repair back then. Now, as I understand, it was finished, but there is no public transportation to move directly. So if a person would like to go from one place to another, it would be difficult if they travel by public transportation. So I understand those in Leova that it's much easier to have a court close to their home. But I would like to deviate a bit, and because the topic of today's forum is reforming justice and fighting corruption. And I would like to say that these small courts are vulnerable. We have courts with 3, 4, or 5 judges, and we know that Moldova is a small country with big people. So in many situations, we see attempts to influence somehow the judges from local courts by various groups of interest. For example, the integrated e-case management application. So let's assume that we have a court with 3 judges. One is on a sick leave, another one is suspended. So how can we distribute randomly the cases? So I believe that we need to find as quickly as possible a solution to that, so that we have bigger courts. Yes, ideally it would be to have 15 judges to be able to specialize them, but taking into account all of the discussions that we had during this forum and previously, we have formulated these suggestions. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to say something as well with regards to I have listened very carefully the figures provided by Mr. Gribincha, and I've heard that in Orhei there will have the same geographical coverage, Telenești, Șoldănești, Rezina, and Orhei, but considering the number of population, the suggestion is to have only 20 judges. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that now there are 25 judges, and we should not forget that Râbnița and Kamnica also are covered by Orhei. So I believe 25 judges should stay the same. Let me clarify. This is the actual number of judges, not according to the staffing list. When we made the calculations, we did not take into account the vacancies in the system. We took into account the actual workload of judges that were employed on July the 1st, 2023. If you add the vacancies, then the number could increase. So if we add the vacancies, then it could increase up to 27. There are no vacancies in Orhei, and we are 27. So we did not take into account the positions of judges, but the judges actually employed. Because if we include the vacancies, then all of the coefficients would increase. I would like to present the Romanian experience with this issue. In Romania, at the local level, we have 188 units, both judges and prosecutors. Of course, if we add the tribunals, Court of Appeals, and the High Court of Cassation with the general prosecution, so about 250 positions in courts, equivalent number for prosecution. The issue of reviewing the court's map, this is an issue that has been in discussion for 13 or 14 years. I used to be a member of CSM. I took over this problem from the previous council. During our 6-year mandate, we tried to review the map, but only for 32 courts. and the related prosecution offices. So maybe it would be helpful for you. We had some targeted meetings or focused meetings with prosecutors, judges from the Court of Appeals. So we analyzed the caseload distribution by judges and by prosecutors and the geographical coverage. I see that you take this into account as well. The discussions were endless. Unfortunately, we have not yet reached a final formula. We discuss only about 33 courts and prosecution offices out of 330, over 300. And the main issue is around the political decision that should be taken eventually. In other words, it does not matter our intentions are not enough. What we need is a real political will to close very, very small courts, almost non-existent, or very, very small prosecution offices. And in Romania, this process has been in progress for 13, 14 years. I do not wish the same for you, but if we are realistic, I believe that this process will last in Moldova as well. So unless you have real political will, then your interests will stay at the discussion level only, unfortunately. Mr. Șchiopu, do you want to comment? I would like to supplement the answer with regards to prosecutors. Mr. Sorin visited Estonia. I visited it earlier. There, for each court, there is a prosecution office and a criminal investigation department. Police, in our understanding, is divided by counties. And for investigation, there are 4 departments, and for courts for the whole country except the administrative court. And in Estonia, the prosecutors are specialized as well. They have a narrow specialization, and the police is specialized as well. And these 3 structures know each other, they cooperate, and being specialized, they have good results. Regarding the situation in Moldova, the law was passed a long time ago. No court was built. We have the same 42 courts. De jure, they are somehow merged. But instead of improving the activity, the performance, we do vice versa. Now it is more difficult to administrate justice in Moldova, and the situation gets from bad to worse every year. As long as we do not have enough funds and we do not manage to build new courts, the situation will worsen even more. The remote buildings do not have enough judges because nobody wants to work there. But in addition to judges, we have support staff, but nobody wants to work there as well. There are a lot of vacancies. There are judges that are managing all of the cases from that district, summing up to thousands. So we have expectations, we are asking, but nothing is happening. And if things do not change, the outcomes will be totally different from our expectations. And if we start building today, this year, then the whole process will last, because we have to start with design, technical specification, and so on. And until 2027, we will not have anything built. We have been discussing about this for 6 years already, and I do not see any tangible outcomes in the immediate future. And again, it will be us who will be blamed. We will be blamed for the state of affairs in the judiciary. But the solution is other hands, not in ours. And hopefully with someone's support, will be able to overcome this deadlock. Thank you. Mr. Botnaru, please. I come from Vocea Basarabia. I come from a TV program where we discussed about this forum, and we also addressed the non-popular measures that the government does not want to commit to because they do not want to tarnish their reputation before the elections. So having said that, I would like to ask you whether the territorial administrative reform that has to be implemented will interfere with your plans. For example, now we speak about buildings, new buildings. If we have this administrative territorial reform, then again that would be a barrier for you, because what kind of solution would you see for this issue? Now you cannot break this deadlock, but what will happen if we have this territorial administrative reform and the map looks totally different from what it looks now?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Botnaru, because we would like to bring to a full and successful end to reforming the local public, both of first and second tiers. And as Mr. Gribincha said, also our expert said the following, that there is no direct linkage whatsoever between the two reforms in the justice and the territorial administrative reform. There is no linkage. Yes, they can be viewed as such or synchronized, but there is no interaction between them. Because, in other words, if we wish, or if the ministry would like to do something about this, or to reduce and to reduce the total number of courthouses, as well as bring to the number of the regions, at least in the country, that would be a political decision that would follow and be done according to the territorial administrative reform, because these two reforms are done separately. So optimization of the judicial map is done separately from the reforming and optimization of the administrative territorial structure, both of first and second level of the local public administration. Thank you very much, Madam Volach Larissa. Question. My name is Angela Popil. I represent the Union of Attorneys in the Republic of Moldova. I could not but put several questions to this panel speakers. So, Mr. Popescu, so what is the location or the placement or arrangement of the Anticorruption Court or tribunal? Because as far as I understand, there might be one court in one premise, or maybe so the cases that would be transferred under the mandate of that particular court might also be judged in the northern or southern or central part. That's the first question about the Court of Appeal from the southern region of Moldova. From what I understand, the idea would be to have the criminal and penal separately. So how they would be built, which one would be in Comrat, which one would be in Cahul, because the bar of Cahul of attorneys is absolutely categorically against that, is opposing, does not want to participate in the cases of Comrat, because we know what is the situation in Comrat and what is the procedure in the Court of Appeal of Comrat, as well as in the Court of First Instance of Comrat, because even the prosecution of the Gagauzia and the Court of Comrat and the Court of Appeal of Comrat, so they conduct the hearings in a different language. It is not done in the Romanian language. They do not want to change the procedural language. Question to Mr. Vasile Șchiop, as a member of the CSM, whether that project on changing the judicial map, do you take into account these issues, these problems? Because we brought this to your attention and we have informed the Agency for Court Administration, as well as the CSM has been informed about this kind of bottlenecks, about these problems. What is the attitude to this? Thank you very much for the question, Madam Popil. Speaking about the anti-corruption court, we have not received an official request to identify the premise, to identify the courthouse. I mean, that would be to be decided by the Minister of Justice, because this is not part of our competence, this is not part of our power, and we have not received any request. So we don't know. That's a short answer. We don't know would be the arrangement and the location. And I'll try to find out whether the agency has to be involved, because we have a sufficient number of first instance courts as well as courts of appeals to deal with. And we would see how the entire judicial system can be part of that, can be harmonized with that. In terms of the Court of Appeal from the southern region, the first request and the first actually document that was endorsed by the Superior Council of Magistracy was to have just one court, single court. But then there were several discussions, requests, motions, public declarations, statements were made by which both the Comrade Court of Appeal as well as the Cahul Court of Appeal, both of them have provided arguments and justification by which they try to convince the Ministry of Justice as well as the agency be convinced that this is the best place for us. We are the best suited for that place. Somebody to go to Cahul and for some of the cases to be transferred to Comrade. So we have been built on the need to combine this kind of, because I would like to use some of the statistical data, like Mr. Gribincha said. These two courts and the workload, the burden of these courts is practically, if we combine, is like half of what is being done under the Court of Appeal of Appeals and 3 times less than in the Court of Appeal in Chișinău. The need to merge and to combine is absolutely certain. We have all the justification for that. But that particular decision would have to be taken a bit later. As I have already said, that's already been done in form of the proposal. And this proposal was submitted to the Parliament, and the debates would be held in the Parliament. That would be also very hot discussion. And then the decision will be taken by the legislature, by the politicians. It's not for us to decide. So far, we do not have any certainty. We do not have a finality on that. The question was also addressed to me as a member of the CSM. I can tell you that my position, our position actually for that, is for the Court of Appeal of the southern part should be placed in Cahul, in the city of Cahul, and that's the position of the CSM. And based on the expert opinion, to have just one Court of Appeal in the southern part for the southern region, and that would be placed in Cahul. So that's our opinion. That's it, without the Comrade. Because technically it would be very complicated to have 2 courts of appeal, but these are more political issues, than some other rationale behind that. As I have said at the beginning of my presentation, of my speech, I said that this kind of decision about the optimization of the judicial courts have to be taken in cold blood and hot. And absolutely with a certain kind of rationale, without any feelings or emotions, because once we introduce or start having this kind of feelings, then we'll have different kind of attitude about this court or the other court. And instead of coming to a decision that would be based on some empirical data, we will then take a decision only based on the feelings or emotion. And then in practice, everything will be lopsided. And we shouldn't be surprised by that. It's absolutely clear for me that we have to do something with the workload of the Chișinău Court of Appeal. And the solution would not be to increase the number of judges, but maybe to reduce the workload and to change somehow the powers, the competence. If something is being transferred, say, to Caucasian from Ștefan Vodu, Hâncești, to the southern part, I'm talking just pragmatically, not politically, then the powers of one court shall be in the center of that particular jurisdiction in order to make sure that all the people have access to this central court. I'm just looking at this issue from pragmatical point of view, because the workload of the Court of Appeal of Cahul compared with the Comrade, they're now equal. So we cannot say that from one place we have more cases coming than from the other territory. I mean, these are the 2 courts with an equal workload. And then we have to take into account the transportation routes and geographical location have to be taken into account. Can I imagine somebody coming from Caucasian to Vulcănești? Or Caucasian compared with the Vulcănești? Of course, for them it's easier to get to Comrade. But for example, for somebody from Vulcănești, of course, it's easier for them to get to Cahul rather than Comrade. It's like 100 kilometers to Comrade. Caucasian is like 90 kilometers, and then on the other side is like 100 kilometers. But on both sides, we have very good highways. I mean, roads are very good. From Caucasian, I know that this highway is being built, is being completed. I mean, there's a road connection if you look on that particular location from geographical point of view. There's no problem. At least for the future, there will be road built on the other side, a highway being built. But I do understand that there is an issue about the language. Language barrier or language aspect is not a disadvantage, it's an advantage. And we have, if we speak about the Romanian language, we have to understand that the communication language interethnical of the minorities is the national language, not some other languages shall be used. Because if it is not Romanian, then what kind of language can it be? But by isolating or circumventing that territory, then we would only enhance that tension in the territory that I would like to avoid having that particular tension built there, because in the Court of Appeal of Chișinău, like 10 or 15 years ago, there was just one judge who spoke fluently Romanian. But now we have just one or two persons who do not speak. Sorry, about the Court of Appeal of Comrades, it's just one judge who doesn't speak fluently Romanian. The others do speak. I mean, there's an evident progress. Once the workload in the Romanian language starts coming to the comrade, to that particular territory, so then the side effect, the consequence is absolutely clear. But this is just based on figures. It is not based or built on emotions or feeling, because decisions, political decisions are also important. But my conclusion is based on empirical and statistical data.
Experts have want to intervene here, maybe to reflect on the link between the courts and the prosecutors' offices' locations.
Yes, thank you. I could follow up upon what Mr. Gripincha just said, that indeed, I think it's very important to start with the rational analysis to provide a strong foundation for the recommendations, to point to the disadvantages, the obvious disadvantages with the current system. So, for instance, somebody mentioned that it's difficult to get judges to move to the remote areas. So that's a problem you have now. You could solve that with a new judicial map. So highlight the advantages, of course, and that might be different from one country to another. For instance, in Albania, they had this vetting process. I think you also embarked upon that. It meant that many of the judges actually were dismissed. So that was actually a crisis situation that somehow helped the process of reforming the judicial map, because the small courts were simply not able to function because they didn't have any judges at home. So point to those things that the new map will help, will improve upon, and of course be open about the costs too. Then of course, when we talk about rationality and emotions, I think that you have to add something else, something a bit more irrational at a later stage. That's at least that's my experience. For instance, you sometimes come up with two cities that are placed close to each other. This happened in Albania, and this happened to a certain degree also in Denmark. And the people in those cities simply don't like each other. So you have to find a solution, a pragmatic solution, so that you can somehow avoid that the people from one city have to go to the court in another city. So I think you have to start with the rational analysis, and then you move on and try to make it work in practice, with also given that kind of knowledge. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther de Roy? Ok, she's... Probabil că doamna nu mai este. Oh. Would you like to intervene? Esther?
Sorry, your question was addressed to me?
The question was if you would like to intervene or to contribute to what was discussed.
Yes, well, thank you. The sound was not good, therefore I did not understand that you were addressing me. I would only like to make one remark, and that is from everything I heard, and that is the choice when you build a new courthouse, and we also did that in Amsterdam. We did that in many courts in the Netherlands, by the way. The choice to put the prosecution in the same courthouse as the court is not only a matter of facilities and distance, but also you have to realize and take into account that it has to do with trust in society. Because if there is a big, discrepancy between the trust that people have in the judiciary, the judges, and the prosecution, you should ask yourself if it is a good idea to put them together, because the public will see them as one organization. And of course, judges and prosecutors, in the Netherlands, they belong to the judicial organization, but they are different, of course. They have different roles. And the public does not easily always understand that. So if you have this not popular crime fighting prosecution, the question is, as judiciary, do you want to be seen the same way? So, in the Netherlands, this was in waves. There were times that we, put them together in one building, but also times that we said, it's better to make this distinction so that the public understands that a judge is not a prosecutor. So this is something that I think you should take into consideration. That is what I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you. Mulțumesc mult.
Actually, I have maybe a final question, and that's a final question maybe for Mr. Popescu and Madam Larissa Voloch. I mean, we have some more 4 years until 2027. Would we be able to finalize, to complete the reforms? What are the obstacles? Are they of financial, material matter, political matter, or nature? This kind of obstacles. That's a very good question. Thank you very much. So the Agency for Judicial Administration has an action plan similar to any type of agency that is part of this reform process. According to that particular plan, yes, we will manage until 2027, but based on the resources allocated, both financial and human resources allocated, we would not be able to handle it, to cope with that until 2027. Maybe one of my requests would be, in order to succeed and to cope with that particular reform, to have the courthouses, and to implement the digitalization process to the full end, the agency needs to be supported. And I believe that this kind of support is not only true and clear for the agency, because Madam Mitrofan yesterday mentioned the salaries that are being paid to the judges. I would like to mention the same thing, that in the agencies, actually, the salaries are lowered for the judges. My colleagues receive like 6,000 less salary as initial. Big reforms have to be done with the well-paid, well-trained and skilled personnel. I mean, we do have the support, but we don't have people that would be hired. I mean, human resources is also an issue. That's a comment. But I'm a very optimistic person. I'm focused on the results, result-based, result-oriented person, and I hope and I'm sure that we will succeed. What I would like to mention that the reform of the local public administration is a more complex one. I will not try to make any kind of comparison, but this engages a lot of authorities, be it executive, mayoralty, city hall, local councils, advisors, central authorities that are part of this reform. Rayonal district reform includes various areas of intervention as part of that, because we speak about the civil service function, human resource, financial resources have to be restructured, they have to be allocated in order to implement this kind of reform. Infrastructure, regionalization of the services is another very important issue. Digitalization is also very important. Our intention is to reform the system because we cannot continue in the same fashion. It's an excessive fragmentation in the local public administration. So we have an authority of a second level that is practically not functioning. I mean, the powers, competencies and duties of these authorities are not clear. correlated and compared with the first level and central administration level. So thereby we would like to progress and advance as quick as possible. So thereby, we are trying to focus on various dimensions. So we are trying to adjust the current legal framework in such a way that different kind of laws have to be approved. Some of the laws have already been, like voluntary amalgamation law has already been approved. The reorganization of the central authorities laws have to be also amended. Capacity building, empowerment of these authorities has to be decided in such a way that they would be able to adopt all the policy at central level, as well as empowerment and capacity building of the local authorities so that they would be able to implement these policies is also very important. Also, we're trying to progress and advance in terms of encouraging, motivating people to get these positions and hold these positions, as well as fostering, enhancing the possibilities of the authorities in order to get some new funding and raising the money, because there's a team of enthusiastic people and they believe that the system can be reformed. And I believe that we have sufficient political will in order to advance on this power. And we would like to count on the fact that we can do this kind of reforms in a democratic manner in order to integrate the Republic of Moldova in a true, genuine European space. Thank you very much. Also, we would like to thank our experts, both from Moldova as well as connected online. Thank you very much to everybody. Now I would like to invite you to the lunch. Also, those people who have not get registered, please try to get registered in the reception hall. Thank you very much.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va fi reluat în 2 minute.
Good afternoon. I am Alexandru Kozer, and now I have the responsibility to moderate this last session of the forum. This panel we will discuss about the judiciary system of the future, of a possible future in the Republic of Moldova, because many Western countries have a more digitalized, more technologized and more transparent judiciary. Because technology, it's a bit more difficult to bribe technology compared to people. Though we have saw cases where the genius of Moldovan people managed to somehow defraud technology, speaking about the system of random distribution of files that was manipulated so many times, and this was proved. But such a judiciary of the future is much more than random distribution of case files, and together we will find out what this means. What is the state of affairs in the Republic of Moldova? We will also hear from the experience of other countries. So we will start with an online presentation by Peter Kiefer, who has more than 40 years of experience in the US judiciary. We invite him online, and then we'll have a discussion with him. Mr. Kiefer, good morning for you. Can you hear us, Mr. Kiefer?
I want to be here. Da, vreau să vă mulțumesc.
I would like to thank you for waking up so early to be able to join us. If we are not mistaken, it's 3 a.m. in your place, right? Okay. Then let's prepare the recording with Mr. Kiefer, and then we will continue with the discussions, because now it seems that we have some technical issues. Viitorul pentru instanțele din lume, care vor fi principalele amenințări și oportunități cu care se vor confrunta instanțele în următorii 10 ani. Cum putem anticipa amenințările pe care le vom întâlni, cum putem profita la maxim de oportunitățile prezentate. Sunt Pete Kiefer și vă mulțumesc pentru invitația pentru a vă împărtăși câteva idei despre viitorul instanțelor. În următoarele 20 de minute voi explora câteva dintre tendințe care pot afecta instanțele de judecată la nivel global în următorii 10 ani. Colegul meu, Phil Knox, și cu mine am intervievat profesioniști din domeniul justiției din întreaga lume. I-am întrebat care este probabilitatea ca diferite scenarii să se întâmple în următorii 10 ani. Anul acesta am avut aproape 300 de respondenți la a 12-a iterație a sondajului. Fiecare sondaj anual conține aproximativ 17 scenarii, dar de-a lungul anilor peste 1700 de persoane au participat la unul sau mai multe sondaje și acum o bibliotecă cu 241 de scenarii diferite.
Assess each scenario using a 5-point Likert type scale. The lower the number, the more likely it is the scenario will occur. An assessment of 1 means it is highly likely. Conversely, an assessment of 5 means it is highly improbable. Today, I want to share with you just 8 questions and the scenarios we presented. Hopefully, we'll get a peek at what courts might look like in the next 10 years. So on with the first question. Will artificial intelligence replace human decision-making? It was not that long ago that court technology discussions centered on just how many computer terminals a clerk's office needed. A common estimate was 1 terminal hooked into the mainframe case management system for every 2 court staff. now, almost every judge has his or her own desktop or laptop PC. A significant number have one in their office and one on their bench in their courtroom. The PC provides word processing and connects to the court's automated case management system, which contains an entry for every action and event in the case's history. The PC connects to the digital document management system, which is tied to the case management system. If a document has been filed with the court, an electronic image is linked to the appropriate action in the case management system. The judge can then click on the link and view the PDF version of the entire document. Many judges use standard wording templates to efficiently produce orders and judgments by simply filling in specific information. So the next step? Relying on artificial intelligence to aid in judicial decision-making. An example of a common application now widely used is the risk assessment algorithm. One feature of artificial intelligence, AI, that you will hear about often is that an algorithm or application will be trained on thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of real-life examples. From those examples, AI learns how to predict correct outcomes, those that are not. In the case of risk assessment algorithms, their training creates a series of weighted factors to predict what is the likelihood of a defendant who is released before trial to 1, return to court when scheduled, and 2, not to commit a new crime while out on the street. Evaluations of risk assessment algorithms show that they are actually more accurate predictors than humans, i.e. judges. In addition, the algorithms continue to learn and refine their predictive capabilities from new cases they are presented while they are operating. In this way, algorithms become increasingly more accurate over time. There are several potential problems to keep in mind. 1. The examples these algorithms are trained on come from people with their own biases. If the selection of examples is biased, we will embed those biases into the algorithm. 2 is what is called the black box syndrome. Many algorithms have been developed by private companies, and the internal workings are proprietary. Sometimes it is impossible to determine just how an algorithm came up with an assessment to recommend one defendant be released, while another should remain behind bars. 3, as algorithms come to aid judicial decision-making, they also provide a path to track judges' decision histories to determine tendencies. For example, last week I met with representatives from a company whose mission it is to collect judges' orders, rulings, and judgments in order to identify subtle trends. Even with these concerns, it can be tempting for a judicial officer to start relying almost solely on the algorithm for making pretrial release decisions. Culturally, however, we court professionals strongly reject the concept that artificial intelligence will replace judicial decision-making. Respondents to the 2023 survey assessed the scenario, artificial intelligence will replace human decision-making, as improbable, giving it a 4.0 likelihood, which is a very low probability. We will want to keep our eye on this duel between automation and autonomy into the future. Will artificial intelligence provide seamless language translation? Language translators have existed for a number of years. They are now available on our smartphones. There have been several long-standing drawbacks to these translators. For example, most translate more or less word for word, so they have difficulty distinguishing word placement. Articles such as the, a, his, or her might come before a noun in one language, but after the noun in another. Another example, in English, the word order is subject, verb, object. In another language, Japanese for example, the word order is subject, object, verb. So as a Moldovan, you can hear your American friend's smartphone ask where's the best restaurant in Chișinău. But the word-for-word translation will require some discernment. And this is not something we would really want to use in court. Artificial intelligence, in the form of large language models, LLMs, are now making strides interpreting whole sentences and even paragraphs. There are news stories that LLMs will soon unsolved word order, verb tense, and noun gender challenges. We court professionals are cautiously optimistic. The 2022 survey assessed the scenario courts use automated interpreters within the next 10 years as having a 50-50 chance, giving it a 2.5 assessment. It'll be worth watching to see if we are being too cautious and that seamless automated language translation is upon us sooner than expected. Will we see seamless automated voice transcription? Like language translators, voice-to-text applications have been around for several years. They can provide text transcripts within minutes as compared with human transcriptions that can take hours or even days. The challenge has always been accuracy. The accuracy of automated voice transcription seems to range somewhere between 75 and 80%. This means that substantial proofreading is required to bring a transcript up to a level usable in a court. As a human solution, court reporters can mitigate these issues through courtroom management, telling parties only one person can speak at a time, to please speak up over that noisy air conditioner, or to please repeat that word because I'm having trouble with your accent. Some of these challenges can also have technological solutions, such as much better sound and recording systems, everyone having a clip-on microphone, and a system that operates on 8 tracks rather than 2 or 3 tracks. But these solutions require better equipment, which costs money. Despite the ongoing accuracy challenge, in 2017, court professionals said seamless voice-to-text applications were highly likely in the next 10 years, giving it a 1.9 assessment. I, for one, am excited to see if the technology actually delivers on this scenario. Will courts continue to conduct remote video hearings? Court use of remote hearings did not gain widespread acceptance until the COVID pandemic, starting about the second half of the year 2020. For some courts, it was the only way to continue operating since their courthouses were quarantined. Remote video pre-trial and post-trial hearings became commonplace. Several courts even experimented with remote video jury selections and trials. Startup glitches had to be worked out. Litigants often did not know how to navigate through remote video hearing technology. Some parties could not find the video or audio links. Some attorneys were victims of their children's own proficiency at creating videos. One attorney had to attend a hearing with the image of a cat superimposed on its face that his children had installed when they were playing with the video the night before. Over time, however, litigants and many attorneys have come to delight in the convenience of remote video hearings. It saves them time and money traveling back and forth to the courthouse, which is sometimes many miles away. On the other hand, judges seem less enthralled. One complaint is of the casualness of parties, which appears disrespectful toward the judiciary. Self-represented litigants occasionally appear on video while driving or performing other tasks and are not properly dressed. We first surveyed this scenario in 2013, and again in 2014, and a third time in 2020. All 3 times it was assessed as having only a 50-50 chance of occurring. Then the COVID pandemic swept the globe, and the summer of that year, courts turned to remote hearings in large numbers. We'll want to see if remote hearings becomes a standard that increases access to the courts, or if we return to in-person hearings. Will courts and government conquer cybersecurity threats? Cyber attacks are a constant and growing threat to governments overall, and that certainly includes the courts. Stories abound of courts discovering that their automated case management systems have been locked up. For a substantial amount of Bitcoin, that same court will receive the secret code to unlock their computers. Data leaks and phishing have also been problems. A recent publication by the National Center for Fake Courts sums up the threat very well. Cyber attacks are on the rise, and courts have increasingly found themselves to be the target of bad actors. The sensitive information courts manage can make courts particularly vulnerable. Courts and local and state government agencies are being targeted, not just by ransomware, but also by data theft. Attacks are becoming more sophisticated and often involve many different methods. We court professionals seem to be surprisingly optimistic when it comes to cybersecurity. We ran the scenario in 2021 that increased reliance on a number of technologies will require a larger commitment of time, money, training, and management on cybersecurity. Respondents assessed it as highly likely, giving it a 1.4. Just a reminder that the lower the score, the higher the probability. However, we ran the scenario in 2020 that courts will secure their systems and data against malicious attacks. Respondents also assessed this scenario as highly likely, giving it a 1.9 probability. In addition, the National Center report said that courts are tending not to buy cyber insurance. Will we find a reliable firewall against cyber attacks in the next 10 years? We definitely want to monitor future attacks and our success at stopping them. Will the independence of the judiciary finally prevail? It was Chief Justice Gerard Vanderwall, a justice with 44 years of experience on the state Supreme Court, who once said, "The judiciary has neither the power of the sword nor the purse. It relies instead on the respect of the people in order to carry out its duties." The ultimate goal of any court system is to be and be seen as fair, independent, and unbiased. Only that respect from the people of the community will ensure a trust and confidence in the courts. Courts in countries around the world have been under threat for just about forever. Some countries threaten to diminish the court's authority through legislation. In other countries, the courts are a department of the Ministry of Justice. This arrangement means that courts are dependent on the prosecution for their very financial existence. We court professionals have long been dubious that the independence of the courts will prevail. The 2020 survey asked if international judicial reforms will strengthen the independence of the judiciary. That scenario was assessed as having a 50-50 chance of success, giving it a tepid probability of 2.8. It's obvious this struggle will continue. What will be our relationship with our smartphones? It is no newsflash that we're becoming increasingly dependent on our smartphones. We make and receive calls, texts, and emails with them. We no longer ask strangers for directions, since the GPS connected to our phone can show our exact location on the planet. They can start our cars. They're replacing our credit and debit cards. They can make a thorough photographic, video, and audio account of each day. I control my hearing aids and record my heart rhythms through mine. They hold my movie, concert, and airline tickets. Companies are replacing employee ID tags with identifications through smartphones. And these are just a few of the functions that we rely on through smartphone technology. The trade-off for these useful features is that our smartphones can locate us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Anyone who can access our smartphones can have access to all of our texts, emails, and calls. They could see our complete financial status, our social status, much of our health status. They could find our browsing history on the internet. And by the way, that includes the fact that you looked up Taylor Swift 12 times last month. Could a prospective employer demand to see our texts and emails as part of a job interview? Could courts have to rule on admitting recorded smartphone conversations in a legal dispute? Could it track our exact location down to the meter and the second for investigating a crime or a traffic accident? At some point, will we rebel against this loss of privacy? Frankly, we seem to bemoan that loss, but it does not seem to have slowed our dependence on the smartphone. The 2023 survey included the scenario that we will carry our smartphones with us at all times and that they will track our location and our lives. Respondents assessed the scenario as highly likely, giving it an assessment of 1.5, which is a very high probability. Will we eventually push back against the omnipresent nature of smartphones? What is the end point of this journey with technology? I admit I'm concerned, but also fascinated. Will Will we close the gap between the rich and the poor? This is a moral issue, but it's also a practical economic challenge. The poor are deprived of basic human necessities. It also suppresses a large segment of society from becoming consumers and buying the very items that bring progress to a nation. This will result in multiple futures occurring concurrently, one for the rich, one for the moderately well-off, and one for the destitute. Economic inequality is what drove the science fiction author William Gibson to say in 1993, "The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed." For millions around the globe, narrowing the gap between the rich and the poor is a complex and ongoing challenge. Governments, organizations, and individuals can all play a role towards a more equitable distribution of resources and opportunities. Efforts like progressive taxation, access to quality education, affordable health care, and social support programs can all help. The scenario, the gap between the rich and poor becomes the overriding societal challenge, was first included in the 2015 survey. The group assessed it as likely, giving it a 2.2 probability. We ran the scenario again in 2022. It was again assessed as likely, giving it a 2.0 probability. In this last survey, it was on the cusp of becoming designated as highly likely. Over the years, we've seen this as an important issue with increasingly higher probability of occurring. I want to thank you all for your time and your attention. I've had a lot of fun, and I hope you did too. And I fervently hope that you picked up at least one thing to think about today. Now that you've gotten a sample of the survey results, I invite you all to participate in the 2024 survey, which Phil and I are just putting together now. To participate, simply email us at courtfutures@gmail.com and say you would like to be part of the survey. We would love to have you respond to the survey, but we also want your ideas for new scenarios for 2024. And we also want to find out ways to make the survey more relevant to more countries around the world. I'm really hoping to hear from you. And thank you again for having me here today.
Da, dacă suntem nou, sper că și-a...
So I hope everybody made notes, and those that want to participate in the survey have written down the email. Indeed, these are very interesting things. Would like to thank Mr. Kiefer for this presentation of a future that is not a distant future. Mr. Kiefer, you presented the data of some surveys, but nevertheless, I would like to ask your opinion. How realistic is to have judiciary in the near future change so much that we will have some judgments produced by artificial intelligence, and what would be the risks if this happens?
Mr. Kiefer, do you have the translation?
No.
Okay. Results of some surveys, but we want to know your opinion about this kind of changes in justice. If it's possible that in the next year we can have artificial intelligence in taking some judicial decisions, and what will be the risk in that case?
do not think that widespread conversion to artificial intelligence to making judicial decision making is going to come anytime soon. I don't think it will come anytime in the next several years. And the main reason for that is cultural. As I mentioned, I think there is a very, very strong repugnance to allowing machine learning to make these decisions. I think, though, that the tool of artificial intelligence is going to be appealing to assist judges in making decisions, particularly when they are overworked with large numbers of cases. It may become easier for folks to look at the scores and the rationales that artificial intelligence comes up with, and to be able to use that as an aid in their decision making, whether they announce that in public or not. So I think it's going to be maybe covert for a number of years, but I don't think that it's going to become a public situation anytime soon.
It can be the digitalization of justice in countries like Moldova, where the justice is corrupt or very corrupt, or a solution even for people to have more trust in justice.
It does provide more consistent decision making because the algorithms that are used are not easily corrupted, and so you can look back to the mathematical calculations which are used. However, I think that there are always pressures to incorporate political decisions, political implications, even if it's not corrupt. For example, the algorithms for pretrial risk assess pretty much on 2 points. One is, will the defendant come back to court? And 2, is the defendant more likely to commit a crime? Well, some states in the United States here have politically incorporated a third factor, which is quite legitimate, but it doesn't seem to have much of a bearing on whether a defendant is coming back to court or not, and that is, was a gun used in the commission of the crime that brought the defendant to court in the first place? And so several states have incorporated that increases the risk that the defendant should not be released, even if it doesn't have a bearing on the likelihood that the defendant will return to court. So politics is always going to be interjected, I think, at some level. And of course, that also means that there might be the potential for inserting corruption too. We'll just have to see.
Our time is up. We want to thank you for your expertise and opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate you inviting us.
Okay, excuse me. We have one question.
Deci mai avem o întrebare din partea domnului Vădit.
Thank you for being with us. I have one question. You referred in your speech to the extensive use of software for translations and word to transcript transition. To what extent does it mean that we will need less or almost at all human manpower for future transcripts or translations in the courthouses?
I think that there is certainly the potential for that if these large language models are able to deliver on what the promises are right now. I have heard stories that these large language models, the LLMs, are making great progress, and we're going to have to just see whether that works. The other concern has always been there's a term in technology called vaporware, that the solution to a big problem is always just 6 months or 8 months away, and every 6 or 8 months they always stretch it out another 6 or 8 months. We're going to have to see whether seamless language translation really does deliver in the next year or so, or whether it turns into being vaporware. I am really hoping that it actually delivers and that we're able to seamlessly be able to talk to each other in different languages.
Ok, dacă nu mai sunt întrebări din sală...
Okay, if you do not have some other questions...
Thank you again. And bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ok, mergem mai departe cu panelul nostru. O să o rog...
So now I would like to invite Tatiana Chaglyk as well as Dinu Vataman and Petru Verlan. I would like to ask you to join us in the panel here in front. But until then, until they take their seats, I would like to invite everybody to watch Vox Populi, and we would see what are the opinions of the ordinary citizens about digitalization and technology usage in justice. So what is the opinion of the citizens about filing their subpoenas or correspondence with the courts online? Is that a possibility or not? It would be nice in case, for example, the state is in charge of that, if there will be an official website created and not via Facebook. It would be much easier, because we would be able to save from time as well as paperwork would be easier. You will not need to spend some time queuing, and it will be much easier. I don't understand how to use the internet, how to work with that, but young people, actually my son, my daughter, everybody knows about using. For the young people, probably it's easier, but for us it's more complicated, more difficult for us to do it, because we have never dealt with that before. If the person is available, if that person has access to internet, then maybe it would be easier and more comfortable. I don't know, actually, whether it will be easier. It might be easier, but I don't believe in these technologies. It's like we talked about this registration to open a company or online. This is not so easy. And then people still go there in person. They still have to go there in person in order to register these kind of companies. Some countries allow the choice of the people involved for this process to take place on teleconferencing. Is that possible or not? I personally believe it will be more convenient for the people, for those who cannot travel, because very many times these hearings do not take place because people are not attending the hearings. That might be a solution for the trials to be more fluid and more quick. It would be better for the people, and transportation is more expensive, and I believe that's a very good idea, because as long as there's no possibility to get to a certain kind of place depending on the situation, that's better. It's more convenient. That's another advantage for people, not to go to one place but do it from home. I fully agree. Why? Because it's more convenient, I believe, and you don't need to spend time. You can do it from home, online. It's much better to stay home, and via internet you can access. And the facility, the thing is that you don't need to spend money on transportation. Staying home, you feel much better. Rather than sitting in front of a lot of people, emotions at home, you feel more safe. Some countries replace judges with artificial intelligence in the court. Is that possible or not? Is it good or not? I don't think this is good, because there should be soul, not only reasoning involved. For our country, it would be a good idea. Artificial intelligence cannot be corrupted. So that's a very good advantage. I think not, because robots don't have feelings and they cannot understand what is the situation of the person. I think that replacing the human factor by something artificial like intelligence is not correct, is not right, because human beings, after all, make decisions that are based on human intelligence, not artificial intelligence based on the law. So I cannot say it exactly whether it's positive or negative 100%. I believe we have to start implementing first, and then we can draw some conclusion. I think it's a very good idea. But they won't have any possibility to steal money. That's an advantage. Before giving the floor to Daniel Goniak, director of the program for Legal Resource Center in the Republic of Moldova, responsible for the human rights program. So he will present some information data. But before doing this, I would like to give my conclusion, because I like this idea of having less corruption involved, because if you have artificial intelligence, then it cannot be corrupted. But in case of the Republic of Moldova, where we have a lot of precedents when legislation is being amended so often, so maybe this artificial intelligence can also be diverted and perverted and also corrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, yesterday, during the morning and during the sessions of today, in the first part of the day, we have been discussing about the progress as well as the constraints and the difficulties related to justice reform, as well as strengthening the anti-corruption efforts. But now, today, we'll speak how this justice can look in the nearest future or in the further future. And I believe that our panelists will give us a lot of interesting data, some innovative data will be presented, and maybe some comparative analysis will be done from the point of view of some other countries and how it was implemented in the other countries. The purpose of my presentation is to evaluate the situation in the Republic of Moldova with regard to this new trend, because the use of IT technologies and solutions in justice, subpoenaing and citation of the people to court, we believe that this is being used randomly, on occasion basis, as well as the hearings and the trials by teleconferencing are being used only in some of the hearings. But we would like to mention that in the period of 2018-2023 years, using the teleconferencing method, so there were more than 100,000 hearings conducted. In essence, this is a lot, and allowed for the country to save about 5 million lei for that, and also organize more prompt, timely activities. The hearings were conducted in a better manner. Also, they had the possibility to escort the defendants and the convicts to the court hearings. Also had the possibility to comply with the social and hygiene norm during the COVID pandemic. Also, another IT solution would be to use translation remotely. Such kind of solutions do not exist in Moldova. Only in-person or physical translation can be ensured. And we know that the courts do not have translators. Sometimes they have just one translator. Such an electronic platform, for example, would allow a translator from Chișinău to translate online for a court hearing that's Noknitsa or Ribnitsa. So the random distribution management of the cases during the pre-trial phase and the criminal investigation phase, such kind of a solution is not being used. The electronic management system does not exist. E-filing is not being used so far in the Republic of Moldova. It's being piloted, as it was mentioned in the previous panel. Several details will be presented on the other slide. Cloud computing. So this is like a consolidated digital platform that would enable to have everybody from the courthouse be linked. Judges, court clerks, assistants. So under that particular cloud, they would have access to all the documents that are being prepared with some kind of restrictions of confidentiality and authorization from that particular decision, but that technology is very useful. Having said that, even if some of the electronic platforms are not being often used or broadly used in the Republic of Moldova, nevertheless, according to the survey from July 2023 in Moldova, so whereby we have tried to look into the perception of the professionals in that particular field, among the questions, there was a question about the random distribution of the case files among the prosecutorial offices, and the professionals in that particular area, about 90% of the judges said that they're more like agree, and they agree to the fact as to introduce such an electronic system. More than 70% of the prosecutors also agree to that particular solution, whereas the attorneys, like 90% of the attorneys agree to that solution as well. the question whether they would agree to introduce an electronic management system for cases in prosecution similar to the system among the judges. Judges said like 90%, and 70% of the prosecutors and more than 90% of the attorneys said that they do agree or fully agree with that particular solution being used. One of the conclusions is that this kind of figures confirm that the overwhelming majority of the stakeholders from the judiciary believe that digitalization of the court administration or the management of the cases in the prosecution is necessary in Moldova. On that slide, we try to make a comparison between the e-court file and e-criminal file. And the purpose of this presentation that include the platform that is being managed by the Ministry of Interior for the files, as well as the platform that is being now managed by the prosecution, because everybody knows about the benefits and advantages of the e-filing, because one of the components of that particular management system would be to provide access to information immediately in order to take timely decisions, as well as the monitoring in time manner, in real time of the case administration in such a way that all the litigants and parties would get access to these documents. As we have mentioned a bit earlier, e-filing is in the process of being piloted in the Republic of Moldova. However, speaking about the benefits of the criminal file at the criminal investigation phase, so we suggest that the workload be distributed equally in the prosecution or as part of some other criminal investigation bodies. The e-criminal investigation file would ensure the interoperability among the internal structures of the Ministry of Interior, as well as the connection with the specialized institutions like the NEC or the intelligence surveys and other competent authorities that are competent and empowered to investigate such kind of cases. Another benefit is automatized, digitalized management of the system, as well as making the work more transparent in the work. Also, so this kind of system is also being piloted in the Republic of Moldova. Although some of the authorities and ministries are in the process of piloting this kind of platforms in Moldova, they have started this recently or maybe some years ago, but nevertheless we can mention a progress. So we have a baseline, we have a benchmark, but at the same time, nevertheless, the biggest constraint that can be mentioned so far is the fact that the e-criminal investigation and e-court files are not interoperable. What does that mean? For example, if a criminal investigation file is being initiated by the Ministry of Interior, then submitted to the prosecution, then sent to court, then one user would not be able to see at what has happened at the incipient stage and what is the end conclusion of that particular case or file, because each institution uses different individual platforms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Goinik. So we would continue this discussion, because this discussion is very important. We would invite several speakers as part of this panel. And also we have Madam Tatiana Chaglik, who is the member of the Superior Magistracy in Moldova, Dino Vatamano, who is the head of the Information Legal Resources Agency. And also we have Petru Vârlan, who is the Deputy Director of the agency responsible for the court administration in our country. Later on, we will be joined by Sergei Orlov, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice from Ukraine, who would be connected online. Also, Mr. Brezov, who is the Secretary responsible for organization from the Slovak Republic. Also, Bohdan Krychlevenko, who is the head as part of the High Anticorruption Court of Ukraine, Giulia Gentile, who is the lecturer in law from the Essex University, as well as Linda Lewis, who is the lecturer in law and technology from the Hague University. So, Madam Tatiana, so we would start with you, with your presentation, because you have noticed and you have heard a couple of information data that was presented a bit earlier. Also, we have noted that our colleagues presented the Vox Populi that was conducted, surveyed among the citizens. One of the powers and competences of your institution, of the CSM, is the administration of the courthouses, of the courts. And could you tell us what is the current situation at present in terms of digitalization as well as the usage of IT technologies, and whether that kind of trend is pertinent and possible in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm very pleased that the issue of digitalization has become a separate panel under that particular forum that speaks once again about the importance of technologies in solving the problems and the difficulties that are being faced by the judiciary of Moldova as well as by the justice as a whole in Moldova. Just to give you some specific information, the judicial system is using the information system that includes 4 elements. And we have to analyze all these kind of elements in order to have a better understanding. The most important element is the integrated system for case management. This is a software that is being used by all the courts. Another is a subsystem is the e-court file. And this is created in order to interact with the justice. I mean, everybody who is involved, they will be able to use that particular e-court file in order to interact with the courthouses. Another element of that information system is the video conferencing possibility, as well as the FEMIDA registration or recording system, as well as the portal of the courts. This year, another platform has been launched, which is not part of the IT system, but provides some information about the performance indicators for the court system. That was created based on the model CEPEJ START, and this is the Justice Efficiency European Commission platform, gives us a lot of information about the activity of the courts. Now, let me talk about what we do in order to promote this issue of putting everything and digitalizing. So we have been going through this system for about 15 years because this process started in 2008. So we have the PICT 5, and also we have some other elements that have been added to this electronic random distribution case file system. Because in order to make the court system and another system more digitalized and put on the digital platform, it is necessary to have 3 elements. We need people, we need the equipment, and we need software. Without that, we would not be able to achieve, because we need people, so we need equipment, and we need software. So this is the order, and that would allow us to automatize the workflow. So far, the software is being piloted. So the e-court file is now also being piloted in 7 courthouses of the Republic of Moldova. And the Council is doing everything possible in order to digitalize the entire court system. Several decisions were adopted in this regard. The one decision is about the piloting of this judicial management system. The second one would be to use the electronic signature more often, as well as the electronic submission of the documents is another technological possibility that is being piloted, as well as the court filing, as well as we have conducted some meetings with the court administration agency, with the Ministry of Justice, with the government agency, in order to develop some new facilities or options, for example, to integrate all the state registries under the same platform, because now PICT provides the possibility to interact just with 2 state registries, with state population registry as well as with the companies registry. And of course, we need more registries be put under the same platform, under the same database. Also, the options, going back to the artificial intelligence, actually the question is whether artificial intelligence would be able to replace the court decisions, but this is not maybe the correct posing of the question, because we have to look into the court practice, and maybe this kind of platform would be used by the judges in order to make all decisions more uniformed, because all the decisions are being adopted based on some facts, analysis, statements, declaration, testimonies, etc. And that's very important to be incorporated. What are the needs of our court systems? We have a crisis of human resources, equipment is lacking, and we are trying to find proper solutions to these bottlenecks. How do we do this? So first of all, we try to include in the budget to have some amount allocated for the technical equipment, hiring of the personnel, training of the staff. So there are a couple of options for training that can be used by the staff of the courts, by the judges, in having a better use of the information technology, some in-house on-job trainings are being organized under the National Institute of Justice, as well as a lot of materials are available in order to provide this kind of training. What is also important is to have the technical information support, technical assistance, and the court administration agency maybe should come on the forefront of this activity. And then another issue is the response time for different kind of issues, questions. They need to introduce and adjust the integrated management program. And it's very important to mention another issue, that the digitalization of the court system is also due to the result of the assistance that is provided by the development partners, in particular the USAID program. Has helped us to start digitalizing the courthouses from 2008, and this kind of assistance is provided until now. Because putting everything on the digital platform is very difficult. It's very difficult to ensure the sustainability of the software. For example, this integrated management system is a very complex. It's the most developed software in the judicial as a whole, as a software. And that was actually, and that is the key of success in that area, because we do have results and we have a lot of statistics in the judicial matters collected. So we have the audio recording of the court hearings, as well as the electronic submission, not only of the subpoenas, as Mr. Gonik mentioned, but also documents can be submitted electronically. Also, the testing allows us to identify different kind of mistakes, errors that can be corrected. So these are the activities that are being conducted by the Superior Council Magistrate in order to follow and to continue with the digitalization. We created a task force, a working group that was created a couple of years ago, and we will try to resume the activity of this working group, because we have a big list of needs in order to improve the information system as a whole. And I would like to take advantage of this opportunity of this forum in order to encourage you to participate in this process. If you have some proposal on optimizing the system, the court judges, people from the courthouses, the court clerks, because we have very friendly relationship in terms of interaction, please, we would like to encourage you to tell us. I mean, please tell us, inform us about your opinions. We are constantly following those people who are daily using this kind of software and talking with them. And as I have said, it's very important to focus on the people, because people are using this software, and also they are very important from the point of view of designing. So the proposals and opinions of the people should not be ignored, because they are the ones to interact and use the software daily, and they know how to operate and how to do and how to improve the software. So in general lines, so that was my presentation, and this is what I wanted to say. Further on, maybe we'll have some questions to Madam Chaglik. But now we would like to go and invite Mr. Dino Vatamano, who is the head of the Legal Information Resources Agency. So, Mr. Vataman, I've noticed that your agency that you lead is now working on the implementation of this information system that has been developed, the e-file system. In short, could you tell us more about the benefits, about the advantages of that particular system, and when that system will start being implemented officially and launched? Thank you very much. In general line, actually, we have to speak about digitalization not only from the point of view of the e-file. I mean, we have to have general overview snapshot, because we have a lot of stakeholders as part of the judiciary, and the level of digitalization is absolutely different among the stakeholders who are part of this process. Because if you start classifying the digitalization, it can be split into two parts. Digitalization among the state institutions that are part of this Judiciary Act, and the second one is the interaction of the state with the citizens. Among these two parties, the agency that I lead is mainly focused on creating one platform or a strategy for the digitalization of the entire sector. And we have split this process into 5 stages. During the first phase, first and foremost would be to identify all the actors, all the stakeholders that are part of the Judiciary Act. in this regard, we have tried to identify the most important stakeholders, the legal professionals who bring 70% of all the files being brought to court by them. Then further on, we include the prosecution, and then all the state authorities that have to defend and protect the interests coming to court hearings. Speaking about the legal professionals, the legal profession, we would like to encourage everybody, include donors as well, to encourage to identify the mechanisms and to digitalize their profession. Via the digitalization, we mean that we do not intend just to digitalize the processes, because this digitalization is a very complex element, but first and foremost to create some working instruments that would be able to facilitate certain kind of stages that are part of the justice process. The most digitalized sector is the court itself, judicial one, based on the integrated case management system electronically. The experience that we have collected from 2008 has yielded and provided very good results. Also, the communication between the professionals and the court system is kind of cumbersome, is deficient, has stayed at the same phase, using a lot of paperwork, materials being transferred sometimes electronically, but at a certain stage they're being printed out. And I believe that this has to be eliminated. We have to focus for all the documents be done electronically. As I have said, we need to create all the platforms to combine all the professionals in the field, including the notaries, the attorneys, the bailiffs, the insolvency administrators or managers, in such a way that they would be able to generate and present the information electronically, as well as all the information be secured, and the judges have the tool and instrument to process this information and rely on this information securely. And the second phase is the communication among the systems, among the database. What does that actually mean? For example, a document that is being generated by a professional person, then it has to be submitted to court. How this submission shall take place? Because at the current stage, under the COVID circumstances, we can say that a lot of these issues, the email, the electronically signed document has been widely used. But we believe that this shall be done under one platform, under the mConnect platform, that would be focused and used in judiciary. Either mConnect or another platform shall be used in order to ensure the intercommunication, intermingling of all this kind of data. Once we have this type of communication set up, only then we would be able to create an electronic archive for the judiciary. When any kind of a document being adopted or issued, be it a procedural document that is adopted or ruled by any judicial actor, would be included under one state archive, and any person that has got access to that particular platform would be able to actually apply this principle of a source document, because the document that is being sealed or stamped is an authentic, but once this document is signed electronically, this is a kind of an authentication process should be used. The third stage and the fourth stages are the following. First of all, to develop some communication instruments to be used in communication with the citizens. Third and the fourth stages are not blocking the development of that system. It's not an impediment. But nevertheless, the priority for us would be to develop this infrastructure, electronic infrastructure for the state, in such a way that we have one electronic archive for all the litigants. Such a model is being used by the other countries. Recently, I've come back from Estonia, and Estonia is using widely that particular principle. I mean, this e-file is an electronic centralized archive, and all the documents that are being submitted or produced under that particular platform, if you need to use that particular document, you have this possibility. That's a very good success story. That's a very good model, and it would ease our activity and reduce from the burden. So the fifth and the most advanced level would be artificial intelligence. Under our agencies, we have already tested some of the elements of artificial intelligence that we have mainly focused not only on the creation, but we have mainly focused on the analysis. We try to analyze, to group, synthesize different kind of decisions of the court, different kind of judgments. We try to focus on a smaller volume of data because you understand that the bigger volume of data costs a lot. So we have got very good results in terms of profiling, synthesizing information, developing different kind of summary documents. So we were successful in that. At this stage, this artificial intelligence, and I would be very reluctant for artificial intelligence to be part of the decision-making process because it has to be used as a tool. This kind of a tool should be used appropriately, conscientiously, and somebody, like a person, should draw conclusions based on that and then maybe process some kind of data. So this is in short about the priorities that have been developed by the agency in the context of the e-filing as well as in the context of the digitalization in judiciary. So this is our progress that we have made until now. Making a comparison with the Estonian experience in terms of digitalization, I can tell you the following, that Estonia focused on two very important moments, and thereby they've managed to have a very good progress, because they said that the first element would be electronic identity, and the second element of their system was to develop this exchange of data platform. So at current stage, we're in the process of developing this kind of elements, and the Minister of Justice, jointly with the donors, is developing. We've come to the last couple of issues, and then we'll start implementing the state registry of legal professionals, and each participant in that legal profession field would have a possibility, would have an electronic identity. Having that particular electronic identity, will be able to implement different kind of standards for automatized connection to all the resources in order to be able to conduct the activity, and that would enable us to provide access to this kind of resources in a centralized manner. Another information system that is now being in the process of developing is the information system for legal expertise management of the case files. And we are now also in the process of finalizing this process as well. And now we will have to start testing this system, and then it will make sure that all the expertise and legal opinions would be put on the digital platform, and they will be based on one digital document in the information system, and then the courts would have access to this document using like a code, but the other participants, maybe like prosecution or the ones who are ordering this kind of forensic or expertise or expert opinion, would have this possibility. Also, there are some other professionals that use information systems at large, and we're trying to cooperate with these professionals, and we hope that in a shorter while, so we will have the registry of enforcement rules, and that would give us the information about the enforcement and the rates that are put into enforcement queuing, so to say, under the responsibility of the bailiffs. From what I know, so this is included in the personal cabinet of each citizen of the Republic of Moldova, and the citizens of Moldova, they have the possibility to access the cabinet and then have this kind of information about themselves. Then this information would be supplied, uploaded into the state registry of the population, and that would allow to have an exchange of data among all the state institutions, and also the scientists, the academia would have the possibility to see how the law is applied or how it is being enforced. And also it will be easier for the courthouses and easier for the courts to see how many rates have been issued and what is the stage of the enforcement, at what level this is being executed. So thereby the digitalization of the legal processes would become smoother. So we have a lot of ambitions, we have bigger plans, and also we need support, we need ideas that are less like standard, and that would enable us to accomplish all the objectives that we have in mind. Thank you very much. Now we would invite Mr. Petru Virlan, so the Deputy Director from the Administration of the Courthouses Agency, and Mr. Virlan would give us more opinions and a presentation would be delivered.
The previous speakers have already referred to the systems that we have and we are trying to develop. And the approaches that have been discussed previously in the other panels contained some solutions, IT solutions, for example, to review the court's maps, to use digital solutions in order to shorten the distance. We, the Court Administration Agency, have a system consisting of 4 elements. First, we know that since 2009, a new approach was launched, and today we cannot even imagine our work without the integrated case file management program, because currently all of the case files are distributed randomly. Yes, many people say that the random distribution can be manipulated, and I am telling you as it is. We made lots of tests, we have checked. I don't know how they are manipulating this system. I can tell you for sure that indeed the case files are distributed randomly. We made all of the technical verifications, and I can tell you for sure that it's impossible to do it technically. Maybe they intervene by lawyers, by attorneys, but technically manipulations are not possible because the system was created, money was invested with this very purpose to eliminate any possible influences. But in the Republic of Moldova, Moldovan people are very inventive. They can submit several applications, but this is more a matter of the legal framework, not a matter of the IT solution used. So we have this information system. Now we are using version 5.1. We update, we issue new versions more often than iPhone does, because depending on the needs communicated by courts and depending on the available budget, we make the needed updates. We are very much supported by external partners to help us upgrade the information system. Our information system is the biggest system in the country. The maintenance costs are the highest compared even with the information system of the border police and other big stakeholders. We with the help of Superior Council of Magistracy, we try to collect needs in order to improve the existing system. We know that the law has been amended, including the procedural legislation, so we already are aware of the changes that need to be made to the information system with regards to how the files distribution, because cases are reviewed and distributed in a different way. All of these costs, we have to identify funds and make these relevant changes. We have e-file subsystem. It was launched in 2018 and pilot tested in several courts. Currently we have 7 courts implementing it. It was designed for certain type of activity. Today we would like to have it closer to beneficiaries, to users. We made an analysis and we would like all court users to have access and to have the possibility to submit their applications online. This can be done by attorneys now. We have more than 500 applications submitted online, and this facilitated significantly the work of attorneys. They can submit their applications online, they can make a request to have access to case file materials and so on. Of course, we have also to develop an electronic calendar where both the parties to the trial and the judge to have the possibility to decide on the date of court session. And we also have to develop the teleconference module so that court users have the possibility to participate in the hearing without being present physically in the court. we have also discussed a possible integration of this information system with the so-called COUPS system, so that court users will not necessarily have to go physically to the court building, but to go and access it virtually via COUPS system. Another element of this system is the audio taping and video taping. All of the court sessions are audio taped now. They are placed on the central server, and today any court user can get access to the audio recordings of their sessions. Moreover, according to the law at the Supreme Court of Justice, the sessions are videotaped as well, and users will have access to them as well. And the last element is the portal of courts. There are many users that access it. All of us, we check the agenda, the judgments, and all other public information. There we have some statistical data published already, so we try to have as broad interaction with court users as possible. It is a pity that we produce a lot of data, but we have many institutions that would like to use them but cannot do so. For example, General Prosecution, we know that they have an e-file system. We had several discussions on how to integrate their system with ours, but to have this integration, we need investments. First, we need to make sure that the systems are compatible and can communicate via mConnect system. We would also want to integrate big system because it is partially integrated with such system. For example, with the state register, it is fully integrated and the judge has access to those data. But there are other information systems, and if a judge wants to access data, they need to make an inquiry. Regarding future plans, of course, we would like... by the way, I want to tell you that we made an analysis, and today to have the minimum developments for e-file, to be able to create the electronic calendar, to have video conferences, we need $503 million and 1,300 man days. So huge amounts of money are needed. Of course, we try together with development partners to find solutions in this regard, and we hope that eventually we will manage to do it. Now we are speaking about artificial intelligence. Well, now we try to automate the processes because we have many processes in the courtroom. Well, many applications are registered, many documents are registered, and now, together with our colleagues, we try to automatize these processes. And those that are doing these routine tasks now to be involved in more important tasks, such as analysis or preparation of draft, rather than recording the whole day the applications in the register. And in some pilot courts, more than 70% of the registered were removed, were eliminated, because each action, each step of a court trial need to be recorded. That's a huge workload for court staff. And we know the situation in courts. The staff, the members of staff, are overwhelmed with routine work that can be replaced by automated processes. Regarding artificial intelligence, of course, we analyze the trends. We know that last year, at the meeting of the European Commission for Justice, there were some European-level recommendations on the use of artificial intelligence. There were also some ethical recommendations of this European Commission with regards to intelligence, artificial intelligence. We also saw the practice of Estonia, because we know that some litigations up to a certain threshold, I think it's 6,000 euro, are reviewed by this so-called virtual judge. They enter all of the data in the system, and for some small-scale cases, the judgment is pronounced by the virtual judge. We have many processes in the courts that are similar. For example, we have many litigations that are related to outstanding loans. The elements are quite simple, but the judge has a huge workload. But the circumstances are more or less the same. That's why we could use such a software, such a virtual judge, to pronounce judges. But we have to take into account the realities in the Republic of Moldova and to take into account our priorities. We, our colleagues from CSM, would like to bring the judiciary as close to people as possible so that court users can communicate efficiently with the court and get information as quickly as possible. That's why we invest all of our efforts on identifying solutions, and these solutions are of material nature or in terms of human resources, because we need people to implement these changes of the legal framework and informational and legal framework of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's continue. And we will see the international experience in this regard. I hope that everything is okay with technologies as we are talking about the justice of the future. Now we are supposed to have an internet connection with Mr. Sergei Orlov, Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Hello, Mr. Orlov.
Thank you for the invitation. Is the connection okay?
Yeah, it's okay. We hear you very good.
Thank you. It's an honor for us to be invited for such a great international event, and I'm happy here to share the goals that we achieved within the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine in this field. I think that first of all, it is important to cover like the whole landscape of ecosystem of services that we have here in Ukraine. Only under the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, we run over 20 state registers, including enforcement proceeding registers, unified register of convicts, unified register of businesses, etc., etc. We also in Ukraine, we also have the unified judicial information and communication system, which is run by state judicial administration. One of our main goals is to build the most convenient and transparent government in the world. And for this purpose, we develop user-centric state services, which cover two types, paperless and peopleless. When we speak about paperless, it's the services which do not involve any paper-based documents to apply with. However, the result of the services might be in the paper-way form, and the peopleless stands for fully automatic services with no executive or civil service involved in the decision-making process. Only under the Ministry of Justice, we've rolled out for the last 2 years two really big automatic services in the field of business registration. It's the registration of private entrepreneur and the registration of limited liability company. All necessary checks are automized, which helped us to provide the fastest in the world registration of business. In the beginning, it took us only 1.9 seconds to make a record directly in the register. By now, we have 4 out of 5 private entrepreneurs who are registered online in fully automatic regime. Of course, this won't be possible without interconnection of existing platforms. In Ukraine, we used a modernized Estonian product called X-Road. In Ukraine, we call it Trembita, which stands for the name of the Ukrainian pipe music instrument. And basically, we have the special legislation framework in Ukraine, which allows each ministry or government entity to exchange their data with other ministries and government entities. Only under the Ministry of Justice, we have more than 100 APIs built to provide data to government entities and also to an open data to the businesses, to open data portal, which helps us to become more and more transparent. Today was also mentioned the importance of electronic identity. In Ukraine, we have one of the first, I think, in the world, fully electronic passport, which is placed in our state super app called DIA. And basically, this passport is used in all the same life situation as a paper-based form of the passport. It can be shared fully digital and electronically. And also we have a special tool called DIA Sign, which use your biometric features of your face to sign any document fully digital. This helps us to provide not only services by Ministry of Justice, but also services by court administration. Last service that we provide with connection with the state judicial administration was electronic enforcement documents, which are now able to, our citizens and businesses are now able to provide via electronic cabinet and electronic court to our enforcement state service. Basically, this project started only like less than a month ago, and now we are working well on it to modernize it. In the nearest future, we will provide this opportunity for our citizens to provide these documents via DIA app, so they will not need to go to any special portal within the court or e-court. Also, as I mentioned, that I will cover more like registers and information about the Ministry of Justice. I also mentioned the Unified Register of Convicts. And in terms of work, it covers not only the sphere of prisons, but also the sphere of probation. And we are now working on the probation mobile application, which will help us to remotely interact with the customers of the probation officers. It is extremely important, especially after the war came to our country. And basically, this will help us to ensure safety not only for our clients, but also for the employees of the probation officer. It would allow to remotely identify our customers and also to check and provide by them their geolocation, so they will not need to make these extra visits to the probation offices. Also in Ukraine, we're working on the online court for disputes of a small value. We're now having negotiations whether this type of project will be under the Ministry of Justice side or under the state judicial administration. But I hope that with the help of our international partners, we're going to roll out this service in the nearest year. Speaking a bit in details about Unified Judicial Information and Communication System, we need to tell that it covers like almost the whole life cycle of the people who are involved in these hearings. So basically, it can be used for application and getting all the procedural documents. It can be used to access the court hearings in online video and audio format. Also, it has push notifications to the special electronic cabinets about the court hearings. It covers the Unified Register of court decisions, which is actually an open data register. And it is the first register in the country where the artificial intelligence technology was used to depersonalize information, about citizens. So basically, this neural net analyzes the text and blurs the information about names. It was adopted like many years ago, and it was like the first, I think, in Ukraine usage of AI tool there. Also, this information system covers the analytical system of analyzing information and the automatic system for distribution of court files. Also, speaking about our steps in terms of artificial intelligence, under the Unified Register of Convicts, we've developed a special tool called Cassandra. It's a risk and needs assessment tool, which helps us to prognose the possibility of the recidivism rate and the risk of reoffending and danger for society. On this step, it is a linear score model, which helps the probation officers to prepare a special report, which is then held to the judge, which he or she uses for making a decision. There is a number of parameters analyzed, which helps us to prognose the risk of reoffending and the danger to society. Now we are working on automatically calculating the level of the recidivism rate within the register, and a separate team of data analysis are working on using the big data that we already have in the register in order to make a step forward, prognostic justice, to use AI and to analyze more parameters than are there in this RNA tool in order to even better prognose the recidivism rate and the risk of reoffending. This tool has been used by our courts, I think, for almost 2 years now, and more than several 100,000 of such reports already been held. To close my speech, I can say that we are also looking towards generative AI. We understand that one of the most potentially disrupted spheres will be legal tech and legal AI. And we understand that AI tools are already used in some courts in different parts of the world, but basically large language models are really good and might be really good in drafting documents and also in legal assessment. We know the cases when such large language models passed tests for lawyers, for example, in the United States. And just for the joke, we had testing for the state registers this summer. And actually, we tried if ChatGPT could pass our test. It didn't. But we understand that the large language model has a cutoff of September, and we didn't train it specifically on the Ukrainian legislation, but we are looking into this in the two fields. It's the AI legal assistant for our citizens, and also as a tool for the employees of the Ministry of Justice and other ministries who work on the legislative framework, as a legal assessment tool, which will help to increase the value and effectiveness of drafting legal documents. I'm thanking you very much for this invitation, and hope to hear other colleagues today too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Orlov, for.
Vă mulțumesc mult, domnule Orlov, pentru partajarea cu experiența dumneavoastră.
De unde va interveni domnul Rado Brejovar, secretar responsabil de organizare în cadrul Curții Supreme din această țară.
Secretary in charge of organization at the Supreme Court in this country.
I would just like to share my screen.
Ok, ar fi bine dacă ne-ați dat și imagine.
Does it work?
Just a moment, we hear you, but we don't see you. Okay, It's okay. We see you. Hello.
Okay. Do you hear? Do you see my presentation?
No. Vă rog, colegi, prezentarea. Just a moment.
Okay. No. Okay.
It's okay. You can start. E ok, Dumitru, da? You can start.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Just a small correction. I'm not coming from Slovakia. I'm coming from Slovenia.
Okay.
Names are very, very similar, but
Colegi,
Slovenia is.
we are sorry. It was our mistake.
Italy, Austria, Croatia, and Hungary. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to express my gratitude and honor to take part at this event, at this forum. And it is really difficult to explain, to summarize in 10 minutes the entire scope of the e-justice and the digitalization of courts. So I would really like to speak about some concepts we introduced in our system, and perhaps during the discussion we can go a little bit deeper in the topic. Just in the introduction, the computerization of courts in Slovenia started in 1990, and all procedures are fully digitalized. The e-filing, e-delivery, e-signature is implemented in our system. So I would like to speak about the concepts. I would like to discuss with you or share 4 of our concepts, which I think are very, very important and giving the insight to our system. Our orientation is, of course, the strategic approach, and perhaps it would be interesting for you. Every president of every single court, including the president of the Supreme Court, has to deliver the strategic program. This is by law, on his vision how he or she will perform her or his function. And one of very, very important part of this strategic program is also the ICT part and the part dealing with the reporting and statistics. And president, the candidate, has to defend his vision in front of the Judicial Council and at the Supreme Court, also in front of the plenum of the Supreme Court judges. So the strategic vision, of course, it is very, very important. This strategic program is for the 6th year, as his or her post is long. I would like to speak about judicial self-governance, about some of reforms, monitoring, and finally also regarding the AI. In 1994, the new law on courts was adopted, and this law transferred several competencies from the Ministry of Justice to the Supreme Court, or to the judicial sector. We have here 5 pillars which are in the competence mostly of the Supreme Court. In 94, ICT was transferred to the Supreme Court, and we have the IT Center, which is competent for the computerization of all courts in Slovenia, including the development of systems, including the procurement and maintaining of different systems. Beside ICT, there is a budget. The Supreme Court is responsible for the budget for all courts in Slovenia. responsible for the human resource management, so setting the number of posts in every single court, or the number of legal personnel is in every single court, and also about the administration. Training is divided with the Ministry of Justice. We are very much involved in the planning and defining curricula, and Ministry of Justice performs this training. We understand that this is a very, very important signal for the functional independence of the judiciary, and of course, finally, the judge independence. Speaking about reforms, I will not go in every single, but I would like to share with you some of our understanding, or my understanding. When we were implementing different systems in our processes, we were always challenged to copy and paste the system and also the approaches in other countries, or just try to analyze concepts and try to implement such concepts also in our system. For example, when we implement the reforms in the enforcement, we analyze the money claim online in UK. We analyze the access to registers in Finland, I think, which is very, very important. Mahnverfahren in Germany, and then we really build the system based on such concepts. Our experience is that ICT is always facilitator. ICT always give the challenge how to organize the process in a more efficient and also a more effective manner. This 3C stands for 3 components. Every reform, every development of the new system was followed by these 3 components. First component is legislation. And when we implement the new system, we try to, and we also analyze the legislation and try to change the law in more effective manner. Try to reorganize the process in the court if it's possible. The land register also enforcement were completely reorganized. And of course, e-justice, how to implement e-justice, how to facilitate legally the implementation of e-filing, e-delivery, and so on. So these 3 components should go together and facilitate more efficient work in court. Collaboration within the community.
Deci, de asemenea, trebuie să vorbim despre colaborarea în comunitate cu alte agenții. Dacă vorbim despre registrul funciar, nu mi-aș imagina un careva progres în cazul în care nu am fi colaborat cu Agenția de Geodezie și cu Ministerul Justiției, Ministerul Agriculturii. Am cooperat foarte mult și am cooperat foarte mult cu Ministerul Administrației Publice de la noi. La fel, cum a fost menționat puțin mai devreme, este foarte important să vorbim despre schimbarea administrării, gestionării și a instruirilor, din punct de vedere a faptului că noi trebuie să motivăm utilizatorii sau beneficiarii din instanțele de judecată de a utiliza tot mai mult aceste tehnologii noi. Asta este alt aspect. Fiecare activitate, fiecare reformă, fiecare proiect, în primul rând, trebuie să fie monitorizat. De fapt, aceasta și este abordarea noastră. La momentul în care am implementat proiectul, de fiecare dată am încercat să definim modalitatea în care vom monitoriza implementarea acestor proiecte sau reforme. De fapt, este un lucru foarte important de a avea careva imagine foarte clară a celor realizări care sunt făcute. De asemenea, am implementat o arhivare a datelor cu toate cazurile, cu toate dosarele, începând cu 2010, care a fost colectate. Din acest motiv, noi deja avem o arhivă unde pot, zicem așa, tuturor cazurilor din Slovenia și avem posibilitatea de a analiza toate procesele, avem posibilitatea de a analiza procedurile, performanța instanțelor este analizată în mod real și foarte multe din aceste date sunt disponibile publicului și de asemenea pe pagina internet putem găsi toate aceste date. Utilizăm KPI-urile din partea CPJ-ului pentru a vedea care este performanța, zicem așa, în anumite momente, indicatorii de performanță cheie, care este pe intern, încercăm să utilizăm acești indicatori de performanță cheie pentru a monitoriza procesul pe intern. Acum, dacă să vorbesc despre inteligența artificială, AI-ul, deci noi avem această funcție de a pune pe hârtie toate textele sau toate alocuțiunile care sunt prezentate, avem această tehnică. În ședințele de judecată, toate ședințele pot fi înregistrate și pot fi puse în sistemul nostru. La momentul în care sunt înregistrate audio-video, această înregistrare deja direct este transpusă de la sursa înregistrată, este pusă în format textual. Succesul este aproximativ la 90% de rata succesului, deoarece aceasta este o abordare bazată pe utilizarea tehnologiilor informațiilor tehnologice. Noi avem posibilitatea să aplicăm aceste module de la transpune textele, adică înregistrarea în formă textuală. Noi de asemenea finalizăm proiectul de automatizare până la sfârșitul acestui an și avem aceeași abordare, dar de fapt această transfer de la înregistrare spre text este o modalitate și o abordare foarte promițătoare și foarte bună pentru persoane cu diferite deficiențe, cu diferite dezabilități, deoarece noi deja am avut anumite demonstrații pentru persoane cu subtitrare, adică persoanele care aveau probleme de auz și aceasta de asemenea a facilitat procesul de participare în procedură pentru persoanele cu anumite deficiențe de auz. Provocările noastre, dificultățile este cum să implementăm și să introducem AI-ul și în cadrul părții procesuale. Deci, în primul rând, noi încercăm să testăm aceasta de punct de vedere admisibilității procedurii în fața Curții Supreme, că toate specificările tehnice acum sunt deja pregătite și intenționăm să începem și să publicăm toate la începutul anului, ca și partea tenderului. Și, cu adevărat, aceasta va fi prima abordare a inteligenței artificiale prin care vom facilita și munca judecătorului. Da, aceasta este doar un ajutor, o asistență, adică nu putem să substituim munca judecătorului, dar de asemenea fi o modalitate foarte bună de a ajuta judecătorul cu acea informație, cu acele cunoștințe interne, adică platforma de partajare informației prin care se va facilita munca judecătorului. Desigur că trebuie să fim foarte precauți, foarte atenți la utilizarea AI-ului, deci toate ghidurile cu la protecție datelor cu caracter personal, cu utilizarea acestei tehnologii informaționale sunt foarte relevante aici și avem recomandările și ghidul liniile directoare Consiliului Europei, dar provocarea va fi cum să evităm anumite riscuri potențiale care ar putea să apară, de exemplu, careva parțialitate, cum putem să îmbunătățim sistemul, doar ce noi cu adevărat planificăm să ajustăm sistemul și să introducem doar informație internă, adică să utilizăm ceva așa pe intern, care este generată doar prin intermediul procedurilor care sunt utilizate în instanțele de judecată. Din ce motiv? Deoarece noi am dorit să evităm aceste riscuri astfel încât sistemul să fie corupt, manipulat și să prezinte o careva parte. Asta este cea mai mare provocare sau risc. Vom începe proiectul la începutul anului viitor, asta este planul și avem o atitudine foarte optimistă față de acest proiect și la fel avem și o curiozitate, o doză de curiozitate să vedem niște rezultate frumoase. Aceasta este pe scurt vis-a-vis de planurile, conceptele noastre și vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru atenție și vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru aceste informații din experiența Sloveniei.
Mai departe ne întoarcem în Ucraina, acolo unde urmează să avem o intervenție din partea domnului Bohdan Criclivenco, șeful înaltei curții anticorupție din țara vecină.
Could you come closer to the mic? Could you come a bit closer to the mic?
For the invitation to the forum. Yesterday it was a broad presentation about achievement and challenges of the High Anti-Corruption Court, which was presented by Chief Judge Mikhailenko, and today thanks for the possibility to share the thoughts about the future of the court and share some results where we already using digital tools in court daily work. So I believe that any court and any court administrator and the justice system in general for the next decade should have the main strategy, how to build people-centered justice. So even when we speak about digital tools and reforming, we should not forget about the main reason that justice is serving for the rule of law, and the person should be in the center of all these processes. So I, from the beginning, want to support the idea, the key speaker of our panel, the Peter Kiefer, that his opinion and the results of his surveys show that artificial intelligence is not ready and it's not so productive to replace judge and to replace people during the adjudicating process, especially when we speak about the criminal justice system. Maybe in some of civil or administrative case, it could be possible to speak about that in some years. But when we speak about the criminal cases, the adjudicating by AI, it's impossible from my point of view. But of course, the artificial intelligence could be useful for some analysis of data, analysis of information in regard the workload, timing, spending for adjudicating cases, or different types of analysis of effectiveness and activities of the court. Going for some experience. Of course, the COVID pandemic and partly even war in Ukraine became more speedy the process of digitalization of all spheres of governance, including the justice sector. Everyone is very well remember how the first teleconference or Zoom platform, Skype, Google Meet and other platforms starting to use for all spheres of our lives. And during the last 3 years in our daily activities, we use participating in the court hearings during court hearings with online in courtrooms. So it's of course necessary to approve that we see the concrete person. So, and we have the tool for verification of person during the process of putting online to the court hearing. So it's should be provided by electronic signature, and any person can participate in the court hearings due online participation. It's functioning very well every day. Of course, the second, the question with which was faced in the stable and accessible internet for any part of Ukraine. Ukraine is 24 regions and plus Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and on all territory of Ukraine located around 800 different courts. Unfortunately, 11-20% of the court is located on occupied territories. So, but it's just to better understanding the geographic questions and reasons how to build so broad and scale of the task for digitalization of the process. And of course, not each and every citizen and person have access to modern equipment in their homes, their flats, to use remote access to the court and use remote access to the justice. But we in Ukraine providing the partly digitalization of different elements or different parts of the justice processes in Ukraine. And I will present of some tools what we already have in our daily work. So first of all, now between two anti-corruptional institution and high anti-corruptional court, we developed the fully protected e-case electronic system for changing information. So it's so-called electronic criminal case when we have different stages, including creating, managing, and passing to adjudicating part of the criminal case. And it was developed with support of our European Union colleagues. And this system is working for the part of types of motions which we receiving from the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office. So it's a fully protected informational system connected with court documentation, electronic documentation system, what we are using in our activities. So the second big digital digital solution, and the Sergei Orlov mentioned it in his speech, that the all justice system in Ukraine have the big general court information system. So unfortunately, I should state that from 16 different models of the system, fully functioning is only 4. But the concept of the whole digitalization of the justice process was written and adopted by law 6 years ago. But through different reasons, also including the lack of money and lack of resources to build this system of hardware and to build this comprehensive software system, still after 6 years we have only 4 active models. But even these 4 from 16 models became easier everyday access for the people and for the people to access to justice and for the court activities. So what the 4 models we have? We have electronic court, when you can follow the e-court website, ecourt.gov.ua, where you can have your personal cabinet and you can lodge your application sitting at home, registering your application to the court and sending for registration and automatic distribution of such case to concrete judge. You can receive through your electronic cabinet invitation to the court. You can receive copies of some court provisionals or partly decisions. Here I speak in major about civil cases, commercial cases, and administrative cases. The criminal justice is much more complicated, and it's not fully covered by these 4 models. So the next one, since the last year, even we faced the simple problem such as access to procurement of compact disc to record all court hearings for the archive of the court, because it was a problem with logistic import of such international goods from outside of Ukraine. And the last year it was starting obligatory the using of the cloud servers for online audio and video recording of all cases and all court hearings which go in the Ukrainian courts. So this is the second one. The third one, and it's started even earlier, we have online register of all court decisions and judgments. Of course, for security reasons, some partly information was blocked for the access on the website because we faced that our enemies used the information from the court decisions register to have access to the files about the military personnel and security sector personnel, etc., etc. But it's before the war, it was very well functioning, and with following the rules of depersonalization, protection of personal data, and anonymization of some court decision, just to keep privacy of some person who was participating in concrete case. So, and the last but not least point, what we have, and some of colleagues during this panel mentioned, the different sides of the process of automatic distribution of the cases in the court. So in Ukrainian courts, it's fully functioning. So we as a court administrators are responsible for receiving, registering, and automatic distributing or automatic choosing of the judge who will receive concrete case. So it's even under criminal responsibility in Ukraine not to manipulate with this process. And each and every judge of Ukraine don't know which concrete case they received for adjudicating in concrete situation. And only after this automatic distribution process, the judge receiving and starting to work with concrete case. So if I believe that the Ukrainian state court administration can share this experience with Moldova colleagues who are interested how it's working, and it was implemented 5 years ago. And as we see in our practice, in practice of our court, it's very well functioning, and it's impartial distribution of the cases and no influence at all to this process. So I want to finalize my statement that when we speak about the digitalization and what we faced in Ukraine, that it's totally unwilling, or it should be prohibited to present or to take in use the raw products or raw software without comprehensive testing. Because due to lack of time, I don't want to share some negative examples of our tries to find the digital solution in the justice sector, but all of them were crushed just because they were raw. So even in challenging situation, in challenging circumstances, I believe that we don't have possibility, and we don't should to provide experimentums with justice. So we should be careful with all these processes, and only after a few stages of the testing, and it must be with involving of the court administrators, with the people who will work with this software, with these new digital tools, it's possible to provide it in daily using, because it's very easy to destroy what we have functioning, covering it by digitalization process, how even modern and timely it sounds. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer to any of your or participants of the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kirklivenko, for sharing with us your experience. The questions will be later. Următorul nostru.
So our next speaker that we would like to invite, Julia Gentile, who is the law lecturer from the Essex University.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation to join the forum. I have some slides to share, so I'll try to share my screen so that we can have some visual support for our discussion. So I would like to start by saying that this session was extremely informative. I have learned a lot, and it's so interesting to see what is happening on the ground in different jurisdictions. I myself, I'm conducting research on the topic of digitization and courts, the topic of artificial intelligence, with projects funded by the European Union, and so more is coming in this field, I would say. But so what I would like to do today is to share with you some of the preliminary findings of these research projects, and perhaps also to go back to the basics and really look at the transformation that this discussion is entailing when it comes to justice. So I would like to provide 3 provocations in the next 10 minutes or so. And the first provocation is that the increasing digitization of justice systems is inevitably going to transform the guardians of the law, courts. And this transformation is going to have significant consequences for the legal system. I think that this transformation can be immediately perceived and can be immediately appreciated when we think about the features of the law and the features of artificial intelligence. Now, of course, these observations apply to a different extent when we look at decision-making procedures, or rather administrative support functions performed by AI. But nonetheless, we should bear in mind that both AI and law have, of course, some similarities, right? Both, they tend to order and systematize society. But at the same time, law has also other features that might not be necessarily replicated by AI, and in particular by the technology that currently exists. So when we think about the law, we think about interpretation, but also balancing of different rights, very, I would say, complex decision-making processes. We think about protection of individuals. We think about sometimes even creation, perhaps, of legal concepts or rights by way of analogy, by comparing similar situations, and therefore ultimately the law has an equalizing function. And all this, of course, is not necessarily replicated by artificial intelligence. So clearly what we have here is a potential for efficiency gains, but at the same time clearly something will be lost. And I think that in this so to say, cost evaluation, cost gains and losses evaluation, what will be sacrificed is humanness, the human touch of justice systems. And also something else we should particularly bear in mind that was mentioned in the keynote speech is that the data that is used to train, of course, algorithms bears in itself some bias. Of course, we only know what has happened in the past. We don't know what would happen in the future, which means that the data that could be used to feed these algorithms is partial in a way and might not achieve the equalizing and protective functions that perhaps the law normally carries. And also what a human judge could do with his or her powers. So building on this, I think that the transformation of the guardians of the law would occur on different levels. First of all, I think that the transformation would affect the internal perception of justice. And this concerns, therefore, how courts work. Inevitably, courts would become more interdisciplinary, we can say, and also techno-dependent from the developers of the technology. And this, of course, will affect inevitably how courts function. And then there's also a very interesting point that is not, of course, necessarily discussed, not even in literature. So I'm actually noticing that also scholars haven't really discussed this until very recently, that of course the digitization of the public sector is based on most of the time cooperations between public entities, in this case courts, but also private entities. And in most of the cases, the cooperation is based on public procurement rules, and public procurement rules tend to focus very much on the value for money. But in this evaluation, the question that is clearly emerging, since we're talking about a very crucial aspect of our democracies, of our constitutional orders, is that this cooperation between private and public entities might not take sufficiently into account fundamental democratic values that should shape the delivery of digitization. Think about accessibility for everyone, or the principle of non-discrimination, and so on. So again, public procurement might fail to achieve these objectives. Another issue that will affect inevitably the internal perception of justice, so basically how courts will look at themselves through the lenses of AI, is that judges, even though they're not fully substituted by algorithms, may fall into a digital cognitive bias. That means that judges might excessively rely perhaps on wrong outputs created by algorithms. Algorithms, interestingly, as humans also commit mistakes. We shouldn't talk about hallucinations. We should talk about mistakes. When a human makes a mistake, we don't say that the person has hallucinated. It's just a mistake, it's something wrong. And the algorithms, the technology can also make mistakes. So judges nevertheless could rely excessively on the output of these algorithms and therefore fall into the trap of digital cognitive bias. And again, it would be also very interesting to reflect on the interplay from a liability perspective if mistakes are done when it comes to the judge and technology, how to allocate responsibility, how to think about the delivery of justice, who should be the ultimate center, who or what should be the ultimate center of power with an increasing digitized justice system. What will change is also, of course, the perception of justice, in the sense that the efficiency might be increased, but what about the trust of the public? How would individuals feel knowing that their cases, and sometimes also very delicate cases, have been decided by an algorithm? And I think there's also a point to be made about the commoditized, so to say, perspective that the public could potentially develop when it comes to a digitized justice. And one might wonder whether this is desirable at all. And finally, I think there's also a very interesting transformation that I call here as epistemology of justice. What will inevitably happen is that because of the inevitable degree of complexity of AI systems that very often makes them quite opaque as tools, both the public as well as justice might become increasingly detached from the process of delivering justice, from the, so to say, the mechanisms through which legal reasoning can be delivered, and therefore tools can create a further gap in understanding how justice works. Let's move on now to the second provocation, which is based on the research that I've carried so far, focusing on the UK and the Estonian justice system. So having talked to different users in justice, what we see is that in these systems, even though we're not really talking about artificial justice in the sense that we don't have digitized decision-making processes where an artificial entity decides on a case. So we're already, so to say, we're at a very, so to say, preliminary stage compared to that. Even though we're quite far away from this output, what we see is that both users and justice members, so members of courts, have adopted a quite contradictory stance towards these technologies. And ultimately, not everyone, and I would say even numbers were shared already by the first speaker, Peter, in his keynote speech. What we see is that the users and judges do not find it necessarily helpful all these tools that we're talking about. Now, I won't illustrate this into very much detail because of time constraints, but I wanted to flag up perhaps quite a few elements of the reforms that are taking place in the UK and Estonia and that concern the courts and their digitization. So first of all, when it comes to UK, the digitization of courts has started following cuts to legal aid. So in 2013, a reform was introduced to reduce the money that the public funding to justice systems, and therefore also the ability for all and everyone to access financial support to bring a claim before courts. And at this stage, we see that the UK government has started a reform based on digitization of the justice system. And reading the public documents, what we see as a justification for this reform is that there are many empty buildings in the courts of the UK, and this reflects the fact that it might be problematic to go to court. Even though, I mean, this is quite interesting as a justification in the sense that there are not necessary statistics about that. And also, of course, that digitization would increase value for money, and in the long-term perspective, digitization would improve efficiency. So the UK government has engaged into consultation, and the digitization strategy for UK courts starts from the bottom when it comes to courts. So the elements of the justice system in the United Kingdom that has been the aspects of the UK justice system that have been digitized the most are lower courts. And I'll share very short remarks on money claims online. Already some speakers have mentioned this. And what is quite remarkable is that users have not necessarily found the interface very helpful because of different limits of the system. For example, there's a very, of course, strict number of characters that can be used to upload the claim, and the claim interface is sometimes riddled with bugs and glitches, so the system is not always very smooth. So individual users do not tend to use this platform, but lawyers that engage with many similar cases might find these interfaces helpful. So again, not necessarily a tool to broaden access to justice. What about Estonia? We have heard a lot about Estonia, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But what I wanted to point out is that the digitization of courts has impacted the highest jurisdiction, the Supreme Court. So it's very different because the court is dealing with a lower amount of cases. And the interface that has been used for this purpose is KISS, the Court Information System that is connected to different databases of different public authorities. And according to the Estonian government, overall, the system has improved the delivery of justice. But when talking to judges, the picture is very different, both interestingly from judges of the Supreme Court as well as lower courts. So as I mentioned, lower courts have not been digitized, but they might be in the process of being, so to say, further automated and digitized through these procedures. And generally speaking, some judges found that they don't trust the technology, and they found it quite untransparent. And also another very interesting issue is that they were suffering from the techno dependency, the fact that they were depending on the technology to carry their job, which of course was making to a certain extent their work also more complex. This brings me to my very final point before I conclude, the final provocation. What I think we should be very mindful of is that this is a very profound transformation. We're dealing with one of the crucial aspects of our democracy, the existence of independent courts that can protect individual rights, interpret the law, and sometimes also find a failure of public authorities to comply with the law. So this is a function that is, of course, legal, but also political. So in digitizing courts, we should be careful in deciding and attributing responsibility, and also to have centers of accountability for the digitization, where the data comes from, where is the data stored, and what kind of data is used to train these systems. So I would like to conclude my presentation by sharing this quote by a paper extracted from a paper authored by Haber and Reichmann that talks about a new Leviathan. So the artificial intelligence can certainly make states more efficient, but at the same time, it can also create tough, muscular, and highly powerful entity, a Leviathan likely to overkill. So I would like to conclude here, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your intervention. Mergem la...
Let's continue with Linda Louise, lecturer in Law and Technologies, Hague University.
I have a presentation, if that could be put up.
Yeah, we can start if it's already. Yeah, it's okay. Please.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Previous speakers already covered a lot of the major considerations as far as digitalization of the justice system and the impact of artificial intelligence on courts goes. So I'm just going to make a few, I hope, relevant points. First things, when it comes to digitalization, of course, the first issue was video conferencing and remote hearings, of which we had a lot during COVID. While the COVID scenario, of course, necessitated that we move into rapid video conferencing, and we kind of moved into it because of compulsion, there were quite a few lessons that came out of it. I'm sorry, I can't see the presentation, so I don't quite know which slide I'm on. If
You no vote. Okay. Please make share of the screen.
Could you please share the screen yourself?
Please make share screen because we cannot see your presentation.
I see. Sorry. 1 second. I'm trying.
Okay.
Right. So
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, apologies. One of the big lessons that we learned from remote hearings is that while it does seem like it could be a viable replacement for in-person hearings, the experience was not always like that. And the main reason for this is because even though, just like now, I am able to present over video conferencing and it is a near replacement of an in-person presentation, the perception of the speaker, and especially in situations where there are hearings, differs. Now, this is something we obviously did not do a lot of research into before COVID, but now that we did go through this process, there's more and more concerns that maybe having hearings over video conferencing facility is not quite the same. So it really depends on what kind of cases are being conducted over remote hearings. Post-COVID, there have been some significant challenges in Europe to the concept of remote hearings itself. One of the most significant has been in the Austrian Supreme Court, where a party actually challenged the holding of an arbitration hearing over video conferencing facilities. And one of the things that they complained was that it violates the right to a fair trial, equality of arms, different time zones, where earlier participants would have flown to the venue of the arbitration. Video conferencing, of course, allows one to hold hearings over different time zones. And there was also an allegation that remote hearings allows for more witness tampering. However, all of these challenges were dismissed by the Austrian Supreme Court because they did find that most of these concerns were transferable to in-person hearings as well. Of course, even in person, one could tamper with witnesses. Even with in-person hearings, there were issues with time zone differences because sometimes hearings can be held across different venues. And overall, they found that no, remote hearings as such do not violate the principle to a fair trial or equality of arms. However, now the real conclusion over these cases and of the experiences over remote hearings has been that there has to be a balance. They did find, it has been found that remote hearings are not ideal. However, it is a good replacement for deposition testimony. So between deposition and between pure written testimony, a remote hearing could bridge that gap. However, there are concerns with depth perception. There are concerns with whether there may be other people in the room when a witness is testifying. And so a remote hearing cannot be used as the default or as it cannot simply be taken to replace all kinds of hearings. However, for as long as remote hearings continue to be a reality, especially from the UK, these principles are from the UK, there have been some recommendations given in order to ensure that remote hearings and trial or any kind of legal proceeding over video conferencing still complies with the principles of fair trial. And that's to say that firstly, everyone should be able to see all participants. So for example, Zoom, because it tends to switch between the in-person participants and others online is not ideal for remote hearings. Witnesses should be able to look directly into the camera, and before there is a testimony, there should be the capacity to quickly look if there is anyone else in the room. Like I said earlier, however, some concerns remain. Things that we did not anticipate is that, especially when it comes to witness testimony, the perception of people on video is simply not the same as those in person, because the participants over video were seen as less credible, they were seen as less serious. So, for example, when it comes to reliance on expert testimony, experts testifying over video may not be seen as reliable as those in person. The way that the camera is situated, the angle at which people are seen, all affect perception. And because we as fact finders, as people in hearings are not used to this, this can tend to bias the perception and judgment of both the judge and, in jurisdictions where there are juries, the perception of juries. Of course, AI in the justice system is one of the themes of this session, and many of the interventions before me already covered the hot topics in this area, so to speak. So right now, current AI capabilities mean that we can analyze large amounts to help identify patterns and to, say, predict not even case outcomes, but outcomes in terms of trends. It can enable administrations in streamlining the judicial process, and as we've seen from some of the systems being developed, it can also be used to predict recidivism. So right now we have about 8 use cases of AI in the justice system. The first one, what we mean by similar cases push systems, is that AI systems can group similar cases together and send them all to a particular judge or a particular set of courts so that efficiency is improved in that sense. Now, of course, because decision-making here is in no way replaced, this is more of an assistive system. The second one, litigation risk assessment, would primarily be used by lawyers and litigants in order to decide the potential of success and their outcomes and to make decisions on that basis. Document generation systems, this is probably the most widespread use of AI today, and that is because we have ChatGPT, large language models are perfectly capable even now of generating large legible blocks of text, even legal text, especially in contracts, administrative orders, or merely technical orders. The fifth one, of course, is prediction systems. Risk prediction systems used to predict recidivism, probation, things like that. Now, this is where we go into the more problematic area of bias and potentially complications in terms of human rights. Answering questions, most countries today, actually, some forms of legal service delivery have been automated with chatbots just giving information. They are simply required to give factual information and not more. Emotion recognition systems, of course, are again, these go into the realm of more advanced AI, which try to identify emotions and therefore communicate that. Reliability of this is still very much in question. Filtering systems work very similar to similar push systems in the sense that they find patterns in order to eliminate some cases at a lower level. So what we have found, even in experimental context, is that while existing AI is capable of identifying facts, it can verify information, it can find links, and it can suggest potential outcomes. That does not mean, however, that it is capable of justifying the decision, and current artificial intelligence is incapable of independently taking into account relevant statutory instruments. Now, one of the things we have to remember is that in judicial decision-making, of course, we rarely just apply one law. We apply a constellation of laws. And the concern right now is that AI is not yet capable of doing that. I think I'll actually skip over this a bit because this topic has been covered in detail by speakers before me. And finally, just a quick look at the impact of new technologies on legal service delivery. Now, there are various types of technologies, most of these are fairly basic. They're not all using artificial intelligence. But a couple of pointers that I'd like to make before I wrap up is that technology, even before AI, doesn't just offer us ways to do the same thing more efficiently. It's also about rethinking the way we deliver legal services, we deliver legal advice, or simply information to the public. And in the same way, AI is inviting us to think very differently in terms of how we talk about justice. Along with the risks of bias in AI and the over-reliance on technology that we talked about is the fact that as far as legal systems are concerned, we are simply not yet at a stage where the past is highly developed. So for an example, when it comes to recidivism and predicting the outcomes, even humans still are making many mistakes in that. We're not entirely sure yet if we can predict recidivism reliably or if we can predict probation outcomes reliably. So at this point, moving those kinds of decision making to AI would seem to bring about way more risks than benefits, as this is also complicated by the fact that legal systems vary. In systems with juries, you do not have enough decisions, written decisions, to be able to accurately predict case outcomes. Of course, in jurisdictions where a lot of it is written down, this may be easier, but we do have to remember that the level of detail of legal reasoning that can be found in our past, which will ultimately be used to train AI models, varies. So when we talk about prediction, the issue isn't just bias in the data sets, but it's also about how complete and adequate these data sets are. So just to quickly wrap up, when it comes to innovation, especially when it comes to technologies, we are still facing the fact that a lot of people are not digitally connected. So the tendency to over-rely on technology to solve justice problems has to be avoided, especially because we think it can be more efficient and cheap. Governments tend to move entire support services online. However, because the entire globe is not yet fully connected and there is a digital divide, this also has to be taken into account when we rely on new technologies for legal service delivery. Sorry about that. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Ok, thank you too. Aici...
So we have finished the presentations. So now I would like to give the floor to the audience for questions, if there are any, please. Good afternoon, Rojan Vadiria, a practitioner, lawyer, trainer at the National Institute of Justice, and now president of AmCham's Arbitrage. I have a comment and a question. My comment is with regards to the video conferences. Mr. Varlan said that at the Supreme Court of Justice this is already used, or that's still a wish to implement it. I could give you a vision from the grassroots, to put it like this. Our office represented the Privetti Commission in the 25 litigations at the Supreme Court of Justice, where we had more than 200 cases. So we would like to have them videotaped so that we could report to our client, because we want to show that, look, this is our presence, this is, we've done our part of the job. In addition to that, maybe journalists who do not have the possibility to attend all court sessions to have access to some portions of the court session. And also a problem that I have identified at our sessions at the Court of Justice with regards to the pre-vetting project that we addressed yesterday, and hopefully we'll have the possibility to discuss about the 21 decisions issued back in August. The problem is the wrong, incorrect use of the information system of case distribution. Speaking about the human factor, whenever an application was submitted, and my colleagues who participate in these meetings can confirm what I'm saying, instead of inviting the fourth judge, and the file was entered into the information system, and the information system would not give a reply immediately, and the meetings were delayed, and not because of the parties. The application is not abusive, but the system reacts promptly, and it seems that the system created a good thing, but its practical implementation is faulty. Is what internationally it's called law in books versus law enforcement. Law in books is good. Law number 26 is a good law, but its implementation has some small drawbacks that generate huge problems, including massive delays on those processes. So I believe that it is important to address this phenomenon from the perspective of feedback, and you can take it as a feedback from the grassroots, because at the first meeting when this happened, we started to think. At the second time, we protested, and at the third time when this happened, we started to shout out loud that this is not the correct approach to enter these files in the information system. I'm not sure if the international speakers are still with us.
English, so that not to be lost in translation. So my question is essentially to both Mrs. Gentile and Mrs. Lewis, and it's based on your experience. I'm not sure, I hope you can hear me. Otherwise, the question is for everybody. For everybody.
We can hear you.
Okay, super. So I've just bumped these days into one of the recent books of Richard and Daniel Susskind. You've probably heard, especially Juliana, about Mr. Susskind, who is the president of the Society for Computers and Law and the advisor to the Chief Justice in Great Britain as regards the online dispute resolution, who referred to a very interesting issue, the challenge of the so-called grand bargain. So the grand bargain, right, I didn't know about this term, it's very interesting, it's amazing. It's the arrangement that grants monopolies to today professionals, right? So if that the state courts would have monopoly over the justice. It's not the case anymore if you think of arbitration. And my question to you is your personal view of both Juliana and Linda, if I can call you on the first names. Don't you think that arbitration, the commercial arbitration, is a challenge, is a game changer in this regard for the state courts, which would mean that this will be a natural pressure on the state courts, that if they underperform, there will be better performance, and they may take up. Thank you.
I just want to kindly ask to be brief in your answers, because we have time pressure. Please.
Of course, talking about pressure. I'll go very quickly. And I can hear an echo. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay. Okay, now it's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. I think that you're absolutely right in the sense that what we see is that there is an increasing, so to say, comparison between the public and the private sector, right? And digitization is inevitably increasing this dynamic, because the public sector tends to be slower because of its, one can say, size. It tends to be depicted also as inefficient, right? And it's compared to, for example, digital providers that instead are considered to be agile and efficient. So inevitably, this is a critique that might see the power of digitization in the sense that it could help improving, right, the state, also to make it more accessible to everyone. But at the same time, I think that this is really a managerial approach that could commoditize the instances of justice. So justice should always be looked at on an individual case-by-case basis, because I think that that's the power of the law, right? There might be cases that are straightforward, but how can we make sure that we don't miss out on these cases that may be crucial? And AI in this context could really perhaps obstacle this power of the law. And I think that this dynamic, of course, involves also arbitration and courts, but I agree with you, there's no monopoly any longer. I think that justice is becoming even more diffuse, thinking, and this is my very last point, about online platforms, right, that have boards that adjudicate on rights. And we're not even talking about arbitrators, we're talking about online platforms. So Facebook has the oversight board that decides on issues of freedom of expression and privacy. So I agree with you that justice is becoming more diffused.
I think, sorry, yeah. I think there are a couple of considerations in the sense that, firstly, we're talking about prediction, and when it comes to AI, the real question is how much do we want to be the same, right? Because part of the power of the law is that it's supposed to evolve. Judgments in the past could have been wrong, or maybe we don't want those outcomes anymore, and the entire constitutions are expected to be living documents. So that they can actually change and evolve with the time. So to the extent that we're relying on prediction, basically saying we did this before, so do it again, I think is a fundamental issue that we must confront in the use of AI. Maybe we weren't doing things great before. Maybe we want to change in the future. As for the fact that justice is diffused now, that's very true, and digitalization has brought us many opportunities, but I think currently the advice would be that it's the option to be chosen by the parties rather than imposed top-down. So if the parties in question, whether it's an arbitration or an individual case, feel like they will not be compromised by using digital avenues, that would sufficiently find the balance between rights and other concerns of the justice system. Thank you.
Ok, thank you. Mai avem o întrebare acolo, cred.
So I believe we have got another question. Do we have some other questions from the audience? Questions, if you have, from the audience? Okay, there's a question on that side of the room, so let's move the mic. Good day, my name is Ioana Chironets, member of the Superior Council of Magistracy from Moldova. As everybody knows, so the courts of law are now implementing a program that is efficiently implemented and functions well. In Moldova, as a result, we are able to generate statistical data. Also, this program includes a module for case distribution and management. Today, somebody made a reference that certain kind of manipulations or handling is being done by using that particular case distribution system. But from what I know, so this distribution is being done electronically, automatically by the program, without any interference in handling or managing this kind of cases. And then cases are distributed among the judges, and then in some kind of situation, cases can be redistributed to another judge due to some procedural situations or accusal of the judge, and this is being done based on order that has to be well grounded, as well as it has to be done based on a distribution or assignment fiche or form. It shouldn't be done randomly. I have never heard or encountered a situation when that particular module for case distribution be manipulated or corrupted. For that particular reason, I would like to ask a question to the representative of the Court Administration Agency from Moldova, because that particular agency has to ensure the maintenance of the integrated electronic case management system in Moldova. My question is as following: did you encounter situations when something might interfere or be manipulated under that particular module? And if so, what kind of actions did you take on the side of the agency in order to prevent such kind of manipulation with the program? In terms of distribution of the cases, we have often heard about such kind of instances. I mean, somebody is speculating on that, but we have checked. We made an audit report on this issue, and we have also publicized it, because we would like to show that this distribution is being done electronically. And that's a structure that is mutually, so to say, vetted. I mean, we can see what is being done by the system, under the system. And then everybody all together, we can see what the judge is actually doing, what is being done, handled in court. I mean, there's a kind of a balance among the institutions. Everything is being checked upon the distribution. You have also been part of the judicial inspection body, and you know that all the data that is being verified, they're being taken from this electronic distribution system, PIGD, and thereby, as Mr. Gladey said, all the actions that are being done by the judges today, as well as by any person or clerk from the court, they're being registered and have a trace in PIGD, in that particular system. So thereby, all the documents have to be registered correctly. Yes, we know that there might be some additional judge. I mean, we have just one presiding judge, and then we have the panel of judges. Of course, the case has to be distributed to the president of the panel, but then everything has to be electronically registered. When upon the audit this information is being checked, it shows that the information is verified. Because we had a lot of complaints by which shows that certain kind of actions have not been done by the judges, and then the inspection and the agency can check on that. What kind of action, at what hour, even seconds are being registered in the system. I'm talking from the technical point of view, because from legal point of view, we might have some other possibilities, but then we would have to amend the laws. But from technical point of view, we have all the possibilities, and we have checked on this, and audit reports have been prepared in order to avoid. There are some recommendations of making the system more secure, but the software is more expensive. We'd have to buy it. This program would be able to check on this random electronic distribution, and based on the request that we have received, we have not been able to identify any errors or irregularities. So the audit report that was done last year with the support of the well-being expert showed that so this function has to be checked in order to introduce the password, to have 2 passwords to authentize. Because now, so these kind of actions are being generated by a special agency in technical administration. On our side, we can only give recommendations, indications can be done in order how to make sure that these kind of recommendations are applied. But until now, we have never had such kind of problems from technical point of view. Thank you very much for the specification. Do we have some other comments or additions? In the back of the room, so there was somebody. So my name is Codru Vrabie. I have landed today from Bucharest to Chișinău. So my input, actually my question is, did you do, or how did you do this digitalization in Romania? How did we do it in Romania? Because in 2020, I was part of a consultancy team of the Ministry of Justice of Romania. So that was a project of digitalization in Romania. And currently, this program is delayed for 3 years from technological point of view. So that means that this project is already outdated from technological point of view. So that's a comment. Actually, some of the lessons that I would like to present to the audience, and one suggestion. The lessons are about the judgments, police, and services. By services, I mean the intelligence, secret services. Because first, the court decision is very important. It's very important for the court decision to be enforceable and also be electronically signed and authorized by the judge. That's first. I'm not sure what is the situation currently in the Republic of Moldova, but in Romania, all the court decisions are waived from electronic signature. They are not subjected. As long as the court decision is not freely circulated in an electronic format, then the request or the motion from the society or the public to have this process done electronically, not on paper, cannot be realized. So the first lesson. The second is about the police. In 2019, I have organized a training for the CSM, for Superior Council of Magistrates in Chișinău, and I realized that it's very important for the case that is being initiated by the police on the scene of the crime. It's very important for that particular case from the very beginning to be put on the electronic means, electronically conducted. So I've tried to promote this to Romanian people in 2020, and I promoted this as a lesson learned, but we couldn't do this because the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice from Romania were not able to work together in a team. So that was, I'm not sure what is the situation in Moldova, but I hope that you would be able to have one e-case that would be initiated by the police, then go through the prosecution and reach the court. Third comment or third lesson is about the services. In Romania, the judicial system set up a very clear condition from the very outset, from the very beginning. They said that the entire system, like e-file and the electronic automatic case management system, shall be separated in such a way that neither the Special Telecommunications Service nor the Romanian Intelligence Service from Romania should not have had any type of access, rather than when there is a court decision in order to supply or provide this kind of access. This is the reason why I believe that this kind of project is kind of delayed for 3 years and is already outdated. Because 2 years ago, the Romanian government established that everything that is taking place on the governmental cloud shall be done only based on the certain kind of conditionalities. So what is important is for you to take into account these obstacles or challenges that Romania faced and maybe be able to overcome this kind of obstacles and find a decision, be it at the level of Superior Council of Magistracy or the Minister of Justice, but find a solution. My suggestion regarding the artificial intelligence is related to what Madam Lewis said a bit earlier. The set of data has to be complete and accurate. This is the most important. From the discussions with the people that are skilled and know this technical side, I understood, I realized that we need at least 3 years, full 3 years, and correctly applied, in order to be able to start implementing a certain artificial intelligence solution. What does that mean? It means that, for example, you need just 1 year to do something. But a very complex case, for example, of grazing or pardoning, might last up to 3 years. That means that I can use the artificial intelligence in some of the court decisions that are referring to, for example, some simple cases, and I cannot apply this to more complicated cases. So conclusions belong to you, because if you speak about fraud, corruption cases, because they might last for 10 years, and for this kind of cases, you might add some additional 3 years in order to have this correct and full set of data before launching this into practice. Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have some other response? In Moldova, this infrastructure and the set of data, including the servers, they are under the ownership of the administration agency, but they are under the responsibility of the special telecommunication agency that governing these devices. With regard to the electronic signature of the documents, judges have the possibility to e-sign this kind of documents, because together with the government agency, we are trying to identify some kind of solutions in order to have the initiation, electronic initiation of the court decision before this is being signed, in such a way that that particular order is enforceable, because according to the criminal code and the criminal procedure code, the stamps and the initiation mark should also be put on these documents and electronically authenticated. In order to have this technical possibility, we have a big problem, and this problem is to ensure this interoperability and interconnecting the system with the police, with the prosecution. And also we know that the police is part of this process of developing this kind of solution and consulting with them. We're expecting for the police also develop its system and then combined with our system. By the way, today, so we have given the possibility to the prosecution office to use and to have access to our e-file system. For 2 weeks, the prosecution from Oknitsa has the possibility to send the e-indictment, send it to the court from Jedinets electronically. And we have noticed that the judges receive this kind of documents electronically submitted. So we have to find any possibility in order to link and connect the other institutions to that particular file system, and that the judge have the possibility to electronically examine them. So a lot of actions have already been done in that direction in order to automatize it completely. Do we have any other additions or comments? I would like to tell you that the Superior Council of Magistracy is also encouraging the judges to electronically sign the court acts, judicial acts, because that would save time, resources, and that's very suitable. It's very convenient, and we do support it, this idea. So we feel bad about the fact that this has been somehow delayed in Romania. But it is possible to solve it. I believe this is more like a perception element, speaking about the e-signature, because it is regulated by the law. It is possible by the law. There is a reluctance, a resistance maybe from inside. Maybe even the society is not yet ready for that, to embrace it. But in order to avoid and eliminate or mitigate this resistance, we have to strengthen, to consolidate this trust for the electronic archiving in such a way that this kind of document be checked at any time, at any point in time, in order to avoid any nuances. Once we have this electronic storage or archive, then we'd be able to ensure this connection with all the legal professions, be it prosecutor, police, court be connected with the prosecution. I mean, all the stakeholders be part of the entire system. That's a priority for us, and we will take into account all the recommendations that were provided to us, and also getting back to this artificial intelligence trend. Once we get such kind of a warehouse and this archive, we would be the best of the best actually in applying this in justice and in all this, and we would be ready to apply these artificial intelligence tools because we want to do this. Unfortunately, time for this panel has already expired. We will just make a short break of 2 minutes until the other guest speakers will take the seats in the panel. Please stay with us because we don't have a lot of time until the end of this forum. Thank you very much to the people who have been connected online and provided their contributions and inputs there. Thank you.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va începe în 30 de secunde. Stimați participanți, vă invităm.
Am ajuns.
So now we move to another topic. We will be discussing about judiciary policies during wartime and in the context of European integration. Veronica Mihailov-Moraru, Minister of Justice, is with us here on the stage, and Denis Maluska, Minister of Justice of Ukraine, will join us online. Mrs. Mihailov-Moraru would not have an actual war in the Republic of Moldova. We are anchored on this European journey, but our European path is very much hindered by the judiciary problems that we have, and this is a statement made by everyone with whom we talk. And if we had to make a parallel with the war in the neighboring country, we said we do not have an actual war in Moldova, but we have a kind of guerrilla war with some people that are still in our judiciary system and are still opposing to the reforms. And I would like to make a confession. If 2 years ago, when the government changed, someone asked me, how would you see the judiciary in 2023? I'm not a very optimistical person, but nevertheless, I would have said I would have seen it totally different than it is now. I would have seen a better situation. What is happening, and why is it so difficult to move things in the judiciary? Good afternoon to everyone. Regarding your question, I would like to share the same expectation. I have the same experience. If I were asked in 2021 how I saw justice in 2 years, my answer would have been higher progresses than we have today. The fact that the judiciary reform and fighting corruption is a much slower process than we expected shows the complexity of problems in our system. So it seems that we have a war within the system, as you said yourself, but I believe that the measures taken in a systematic manner over the past 2 years are intended to eliminate gradually these problems and to diminish the resistance. Yesterday, when we were discussing the pre-vetting and vetting, including the sessions on efficient investigation of corruption, we addressed a number of problems, including the resistance, possible solutions, and somehow we reached the conclusion that, considering that we have now a unique opportunity related to our European path, and considering that 6 out of the 9 conditionalities referred to the judiciary, should give us an impetus to make quicker progress. The resistance that you referred to can be overcome, and, well, it's natural to have a resistance because the reforms are quite painful and create uncomfort for some people. That's why they respond differently. Some of them try to block the reforms. But we are ready to come with counter-response, but we need time to be able to dismantle these barriers. Now we are reporting on the progresses made in terms of implementing the 9 measures, out of which 6 refer to the judiciary, and they are quite detailed. These are not general measures, but concrete measures. For example, they ask the number of case files, description of a mechanism, have you requested the opinion of the Venice Commission, what are the changes, and so on and so forth. So though we have not managed to fully implement, all of them have the status of either implemented or ongoing, or in progress. But the reforms in the judiciary are complex per se, and they are time-consuming. The Parliament has implemented all of the necessary measures to provide the needed tools so that law enforcement authorities can do their part. Of course, this is not enough. We had a long period when these problems were not identified and these tools were not designed and were not created in due time, but all of the stakeholders have to join their efforts, and we need to have a systemic approach. As long as we move with perseverance, we will manage to succeed. I kindly ask my colleagues to inform us when the Ukrainian Minister of Justice connects. Meanwhile, I have a question. Minister, in December, we have a very important exam to pass. It will be decided if Moldova starts the adherence negotiations or not. This is a status that both us, Moldova, and Ukraine would like to receive. Will we manage to achieve the 6 conditionalities related to the judiciary? Or could we expect a kind of understanding by Brussels authorities? We make our best, we invest all of our efforts to implement the measures that now have the status of in progress. Also, in our communication with the European Commission, we inform on a weekly basis about the progress in fulfilling the commitments. It is important that we ensure quality in fulfilling the conditionalities. It's not possible to implement them just only as a check of the box. European Commission is expecting quality implementation. These 6 measures have a number of sub-actions, and there are some sub-actions that do not depend on us, such as setting up the new Superior Council of Prosecutors that depends on the General Meeting of Prosecutors, which was postponed on the grounds that the re-evaluation, the pre-vetting commission has to reassess some of the candidates who applied for membership of CSP. So, in such a situation, we take all of the proactive measures to inform them about the importance of prioritizing these measures so that the General Meeting of Prosecutors takes place and the CSP is established, because the future, the following reforms depend on that. So it's important for us to communicate well so that prosecutors are aware of the importance of this measure, including from the perspective of the country's European journey. Now we have the pre-vetting processes for appointing the members of CSM and for CSP. The appointment of CSM members is coming to a close. There is still work to do with regards to CSP. After that, we'll start the broader vetting procedure. So are these procedures part of the conditionalities in our relationship with EU? Yes, as I told yesterday I read the first measure, which refers to a comprehensive judiciary reform, including filling in the vacancies in the Superior Council of Magistracy and prosecutors. So yes, it is a conditionalities. We, the state, should take all of the needed measures so that the self-governance authorities in the judiciary, in the prosecution, are established. Members are selected following the approach based on integrity, and start the reforms. In this process, we go in tandem with Ukraine. We obtained the status of candidate countries together, and both of us hope to start soon the accession negotiations. And until the Ukrainian minister Maluska connects, if you are to compare the level that we have now and the level of Kiev, what would you say with regard to that? Well, I think it is Minister Maluska to tell us that. That is the very purpose of this session, where we could share information and update the information. So they have higher progresses in some areas. For example, vetting process, they have an anti-corruption court. Well, the anti-corruption tribunal is not a conditionality for the Republic of Moldova per se, but in other areas we work in parallel. For example, the draft law on de-oligarchization, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia requested at the same time the opinion of the Venice Commission with regards to de-oligarchization. We had different position of the Venice Commission with regards to each bill, but at the same time some standards were formulated. We have chosen another strategy for de-oligarchization. We opted for systemic measures, not an individual approach. We want to have a systemic plan focused on strengthening the institutions in charge of preventing and fighting excessive monopolies in economic, social, and political areas of life. I had the opportunity to discuss with the Lithuanian Minister of Justice with regards to the development of the register of damages as a result of war, and how all of the states committed to develop a mechanisms to identify and bring to liability for actions of aggression. And we've discussed that these conditionalities, EU conditionalities, have to be fulfilled not only in order to ensure a better operation of law enforcement institutions within the country, but also to ensure a better security in the region. Yes, security in the region is very important. I am reading now the 9 conditionalities that we have assumed in this process, in the accession process. You have referred to de-oligarchization. You gave some details, but I would insist on this question, Minister. I know that Ukraine took on a journey that was criticized at the international level. How will we define oligarchy? Because we know, at least in press, we have more freedom. Some people were called oligarchs, others are not in the country anymore. They are subjected to some judiciary processes, others are still in the country, they are still in a good position. We have monopolies in many areas. Monopoly in agriculture is being in headlines recently, has been in headlines recently. So what will we do with this conditionality? With regards to this conditionality, we have clear actions established, and several institutions are in charge of them: Anti-Money Laundering Service, Audiovisual Council, Competition Council, Minister of Justice, State Tax Service, so that all of them respond immediately in case of suspicious of oligarchy, monopolies, or transfer of money with unknown origin. I would like to say that to fight such risks, some measures were taken, restrictive measures, in particular with regards to subjects that were included on the international list of sanctions. And gradually, together with representatives of other institutions, we are working on the legal amendments that would allow immediate response. Now the government has a bill that is put up for public consultations to establish a threshold for cash payments. So above a certain threshold, all of the payments will have to be made by bank transfer. You also said that we have a part of oligarchs that have run from the country. So their avoidance, in order for it not to be a barrier, we have a draft law on in absentia review of the case, so that we can finish the trials and start recovering the assets. Another mechanism is about amending the law number 25 on international sanctions. We are working on it, and hopefully we'll manage to have it passed by the government. And in such a way, if this is approved, we'll be able to use more efficiently the restrictive measures against these fugitives, and will be able to seize and confiscate their assets, both their assets and the assets of their close relatives. Another conditionality is about the mechanism of civil confiscation, because currently we know that the National Integrity Authority has never had a final case of civil confiscation. We have some interesting precedents in courts only. So we would like to make some amendments here that would allow confiscation of public officials' assets. Also, we'll make some amendments to allow confiscation of assets without a criminal case in some circumstances that are expressly stipulated by law. And when we analyzed the experience of other countries, we've seen that this mechanism is widely spread in other countries. And this is also in the context of the decision of the Constitutional Court passed last year, when it reviewed Article 46 of the Constitution. Also, in this context, a number of measures were taken from the lenses of de-oligarchization by the Minister of Finance, Audiovisual Council, Competition Council, and others. So now we have to focus on implementation and on enhancing the efficiency of these measures. You have referred to this confiscation mechanism. Recently, we have noticed some interesting processes. We have heard about the seizure imposed on the luxury building that used to belong to the Democratic Party. And now we can see that that building is being used by a proxy of the oligarch. The same can be said about their media trust. It was sent to another oligarch. What is happening here? What could we do to prevent such situations? These mechanisms that I've just presented can be used to prevent it in the future. Now we have to decide what we could do with the existing situation. So we have to identify them, document them, and decide how to confiscate them. Now we work on improving this mechanism. We found that we have so many institutions with so many duties and powers, but we do not have a clear mechanism of cooperation. That we did not have such cases previously, we did not have such concerns previously, but now we do have these concerns, so we are working on it. Unfortunately, the Ukrainian Minister of Justice has an emergency and will not be able to join us. So if there are questions in the room, if not, I have a question related to a perception that we see in Romania that might be wrong. As I've heard, about 2 years ago, when the discussions about vetting and pre-vetting started, we understood that the main reason was that the tax authorities and the National Integrity Authority do not have capacity to check in an efficient manner the integrity and the assets of judges and prosecutors. That's our perception. And in connection to this perception, I have the following question. What elements of the pre-vetting are transferable to the National Integrity Authority and to the tax authorities, when this transfer will start, and what is the key indicator that will show us that the transfer was successful? Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, about 2 or 3 years ago, we had some discussions about the inefficient work of institutions that were supposed to work well so that we do not have to resort to some extraordinary tools of checking the integrity of some special subjects like judges and prosecutors that have their self-governance authorities that should fulfill this role. This is not only about the inefficiency of the National Integrity Authority or tax authorities. Some aspects of ethics were involved as well, and also aspects related to the functionality of the disciplinary liability mechanism. A number of researches and analyses have clearly shown that the Superior Council of Magistracy and of Prosecutors were not always assessing in an objective way the lack of integrity, because if this mechanism functioned, we wouldn't have been in a position now to have a worse situation than 4 or 5 years ago, and even lower levels of trust. As I said yesterday, vetting is not the only or is not the core element of the judiciary reform. The judiciary reform will envisages a set of systemic measures. Yes, it's one thing to check the integrity of main stakeholders, but in parallel we work on strengthening the existing mechanisms so that these mechanisms take over this role in the future and monitor the processes. That's why in parallel we conducted an analysis and we amended the law on disciplinary liability of judges. We clarified the grounds for a verification role of the college and inspectors to make this mechanism less bureaucratic and more efficient. In parallel, we increased the efficiency of the ethics and the disciplinary liability mechanism for prosecutors, which was adopted recently. Regarding the National Integrity Authority, some legal amendments were made in order to increase the efficiency of their investigations, but we still need time to see how it will be implemented. That's why this vetting exercise is temporary. We have not extended it to full vetting. It has some clearly defined stages, not only in terms of checking the ethical integrity and financial integrity, but also in order to make sure that in key position, the best are elected. I'm speaking about the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice. Another process of selection was required because we are reforming a Supreme Court of Justice, making it a court that will have cassation functions and will also have the role of ensuring a uniform judiciary practice. And also we include non-judges in the membership of the Supreme Court of Justice. That's why this selection process should have been extraordinary. And we also decrease the number of members. And the third stage, though it is called full vetting, it actually refers to the assessment of court presidents and deputy presidents, head of specialized prosecution offices, because their work and their decision will have an impact. At the next stage is the Superior Council of Magistracy and Superior Council of Prosecutors. Once the pre-vetting process ends, will take over the assessment check of integrity of the other judges and prosecutors, and the government will stack backwards from these mechanisms. Because we were in a situation when the existing mechanisms were not functional, we identified an extraordinary mechanism as a temporary solution to regain people's trust in the judiciary.
So practically, we have smoothly gone to the last part of this forum, and that is the part about the conclusions. And I would like to ask Mr. Ilie Kirtoacă, chairperson of the Legal Resource Center in Moldova, to take my seat. So we'll not have any break. I will take the name. Actually, here we have come to the part of conclusions. Of course, the conclusions are supposed to be taken by you. It is your side to take this kind of conclusions. But once again, under that particular forum, we again talked about the fighting corruption. And I received a message from a colleague of mine, like a provincial one. And he said that he was visited by an attorney. They discussed some issues and problems. And once, when the attorney was trying to leave the office, going to the street, he asked me, how is it going with the justice reform? What is the result of the justice reform? And then the attorney looked on the other side of the street where he saw a citizen who was buying some croissants. And randomly, not randomly, accidentally, so that was Mr. Andronakis. So he said that this is how the justice reform is implemented in its full swing. I'm not sure whether it's so I have nothing to add to this, and I would like to ask you, maybe give your opinion about that story. Thank you very much for your challenge, for the provocation. I will try to list the most important findings, recommendations, as we did in the previous editions of the forums. So maybe in relation to this, maybe anecdotal but very realistic situation at the same time, so I can only give another answer. Also repeat and reiterate what I have said at the beginning of that particular forum, and to reiterate once again what Mr. Prime Minister said, that 3 out of 5 citizens, they report and speak about inefficiency and injustice and fairness in the judiciary. So this perception of the ordinary citizen, which is somehow maybe discussable or questionable, but nevertheless this is like a stable, constant result of our surveys and opinion polls. So thereby, so the state authorities have to intervene urgently in order to see how any kind of cases of corruption, in particular cases, are being identified, discovered, investigated, and then examined in the court. Because whenever the justice is impeded, then the system, and as an ordinary citizen, I would like to be assured that the human rights, and in particular the right to freedom of circulation and movement and certainty, has to be applied whenever the court processes and trials and hearings are postponed and there's no authenticity or there's no timely examination of these kind of cases, the development partners and mentioned once again, and the speaker spoke about the thing that they would support the efforts of the country, of the ministries to fight corruption, that would ensure and provide sufficient funds to fight that and to do the justice reform. Actually, the EU ambassador mentioned the importance of this kind of reforms, and as a candidate country, it is very important to focus on that particular shopping list, and the development partners have been constantly monitoring the efforts of the authorities of the country, and then based on that particular involvement and the monitoring result, then they would allocate an earmarks and kind of funds. And corruption is somehow related to justice reform and impedes the possibilities of the country. In particular, the representatives of the executive body mentioned the 5 conditionalities out of the 9 conditionalities that have been set up for Moldovan candidacy to be accepted, and the fulfillment are absolutely essential and critical at the moment when Moldova would start negotiating the 35 chapters of the agreement. So Moldova has to stand ready in order to accomplish these objectives that have been set up by the European Commission. The public is dissatisfied in this by the current state of play and justice, and that was absolutely clear from all the Vox Populis, as well as from the discussions and speeches that were presented by the high officials in this forum. So thereby it is important that drastic measures be applied immediately and intervention measures be conducted, in particular external ones. So thereby this kind of measures from outside have to be fostered. Also we talked about the assessment process, vetting process. Also we spoke about the challenges in the recruitment hiring process. Representatives from the judiciary body, CSM, CSP, representatives mentioned the fact that didn't talk only about the challenges in the vetting process, but also spoke about the impossibility to hire proper staff. For example, we speak about the contest and the competition under the Supreme Court of Justice that have been already prolonged in order to identify the merit-based candidates in such a way that they would be able to ensure that justice being in the highest court of justice. Representatives of international bodies mentioned and presented different kinds of statistics, the results of the vetting, pre-vetting, about the challenges of the vetting process, as well as the lessons learned. So these have been shared with the members of the Second Commission, and the Second Commission spoke about the membership of the Commission's diverse membership that would include both representatives and former representatives of the judicial bodies, international bodies, prosecutors, careers, sitting prosecutors, as well as representatives of the bodies responsible for the integrity checking, like National Integrity Authority is. Also, they spoke about the need to implement this kind of reforms immediately. So that is the discussion point from the first panel. Endemic corruption, which impedes to ensure the integration of the country, transparency, integrity being mentioned, as well as extended assessments. They represent a critical importance for our country. And the cooperation with the international partners was another point mentioned from EU and US, represents another important support for the society, for the civil society, and for the government alike. Also on the first day, so we had a special session dedicated also with the contribution of Mr. Marius Moraro, so the former chair of the DNA from Romania, and provided a couple of pieces of advice that have been very well measured based on more than 30 years of experience as a prosecutor in Romania, being the head also of the anti-corruption department from Romania. Also, he told us the personal story, how this National Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office was created in Romania, as well as the measures and the tools that have been provided to the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office in Romania in order to ensure efficiency and to re-establish the truth in the country. Also, Mr. Morales mentioned the importance of having just one entity on anti-corruption, need for transparency, as well as the empowerment and entrusting the prosecutors with everything needed, because they are the ones that can maybe take some additional measures with regard to the police officers and the others. Also, So some of the non-skilled and productive prosecutors have been dismissed, and then the good ones have been continuing their career. So this is the award that was given by the prosecution from Romania. So thereby there was no need for external intervention to Romania. So the good ones have been empowered, and they had the possibility, have been given the possibility to create and shape some new teams. Then that was followed by another very important session about the fighting and sanctioning efficient of corruption. And here we had the heads of all, practically the heads of all the institutions that are empowered with the duties and competencies and powers in combating corruption. Also, we had representatives of the Parliament and the Ministry of Justice, and the Parliament member once again spoke about the accomplishments that were fulfilled based on some legislative amendments, interventions that were implemented throughout this time, as well as acknowledging that this kind of benefits have been identified in the international surveys, if not in the national ones. Under that particular panel session, so it was highlighted that it is important to foster the institutions focused on the anti-corruption issues, need to provide the necessary resources, budget, but also it's very important to enhance the cooperation with the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, ensuring access to information to everybody, as well as to apply confiscation for all the illicit goods that have been gained by the perpetrators. Also, we had the possibility to hear from the experience of some other countries. The anti-corruption body from Ukraine was presented by Vitaly Kasko, as well as the measures that need to be taken in order to ensure transparency and independence of this, as well as some of the experience and expertise of the prosecutors from the country with a lot of tenure and experience in combating corruption. They shared and spoke about some of the systemic issues related to the activity, as well as they mentioned the need to create some institutions and maybe segments that would be dealing with the protection of the whistleblowers, the need to specialize prosecutors in some of the cases in such a way that the complexity of the crimes and of the in particular of corruption-related cases be investigated timely. Second day, I'll give you like a short overview about the second day, and we have agreed that we would not be able to include all the experience and include all the speeches, but what I would like to mention that all these presentations would be placed online. So, but a couple of minutes I would like to mention some ideas about the optimization of the judicial map. So this is a process that can be viewed from technical point of view, but it is fully linked to the possibility of having access to justice by the citizen, and to strengthen the judiciary, have genuine access to justice. We need not only courthouses that would be brought closer to the citizens, but this kind of courthouses should include all the elements, be staffed with the people, and this kind of course should have some procedures in place in such a way that these processes be possible. Likewise, the random electronic distribution of case files, as well as specialization of judges, be possible and conducted properly. Also, we had from different experiences and examples from Denmark, from Netherlands. And another very important issue that was mentioned refers to some institutions like community-based judges. Because in some of the situations and systems, they can appear in the communities, and then they would be able to try these kind of cases, judge them, and at the same time following and adjusting to the context of that particular community, and maybe taking into account the vulnerability of certain kind of litigants in the process. Also, we spoke about the justice of the future. And we have started this panel from the understanding this is absolutely inevitable process. Sooner or later, the discussions about digitalization, integration of all the systems, interoperability should take place in the Republic of Moldova sooner or later. Their artificial intelligence subject is more like a container, so to say, term that encompasses absolutely everything. It's absolutely significant and essential. And the state authorities, they try to split it into elements and efforts to digitalize. And they spoke about the element, the software that is currently being applied by the courts, as well as mentioned how this kind of system can be used as blocks in order to build on and develop some other mechanisms that can also be done online and now are being done offline. I would like to reiterate once again that these 2 days of discussions under that Justice Reform Forum and Countering Corruption would be comprised in one document, in a digest of that forum, so with some recommendations that would be identified and focused on each institution concerned. But also the purpose of this digest would be to take them as a reference point, as some benchmarks for or baseline for the future forums, for the future editions. What I would like to mention that each edition of the forums under everyone, so we can test some progress being made, because unlike 2019 or 2020, we used to discuss about certain kind of concepts. Then now, what I would like to mention is that with the support and help of the people, of the speakers from the panels, we have managed to come to the conclusion that some of the plans that have been mapped back in 2019 and 2020, they have already been implemented. And now we can already talk about the quality and evaluate the quality of this plan. Also stay positive. And I would like to mention that we had 2 days of complex discussions, interesting, inciting, appealing discussions. Just look forward to sharing the experience and the findings with the other people from this event. Justice and combating corruption actually represents a very important objective and commitment of our authorities. The role of civil society organization like the Gândit Center is to provide the platform, the space for the discussion, as well as to input ideas, show our commitment and motivation, as well as to supply sufficient data on the trajectory, as well as the way, the procedure, how this kind of reforms are being implemented. So that is on my side, and maybe we can also talk about some kind of challenges. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirtoaka. So, Madam Minister, indeed, so we're looking forward to hearing your conclusions and having conclusions from your side. But before doing this and drawing some conclusions, I have a question. Because every time, so when we speak about the justice reform and fighting corruption in our country, every time, so we're trying to cling to some kind of hopes, expectations, and now we're talking about this anti-corruption court or tribunal. And also, I would like to ask you, and you can answer it by yes or no, and will you take into account or analyze the possibility to bring some judges from Romania or some other countries to work and function under this anti-corruption court or tribunal? Yes, maybe Madam Minister would give her opinion, but the draft law that was consulted by us, if I'm not wrong, if I'm correct, so under the criteria for the selection of the future judges, it included experience that was not like related to Moldova, but also included experience from abroad, from other countries. And this is a gateway. That's a possibility to invite magistrates and judges from outside of Moldova. So the vetting and pre-vetting process might not be, for Moldova, might not maybe be compared with the sanctioning of corruption that is being done by courthouses on anti-corruption. But I can see that under that process, we had people from outside involved. In the Superior Council of Magistracy, we have done an analysis about the opportunity of the anti-corruption courts and tribunals to exist in the Republic. Our opinion is well known to this, and it depends on the authorities, and they would have to decide whether to open such kind of institution, to establish it or not. But the fragile resources that are provided by our countries have to be shared and distributed in an efficient and correct manner. And at the end of the day, so we have to maybe justify the need for such kind of an institution to exist and work in Moldova. And I would like to invite Madam Minister to take the floor. Could you please turn on the mic? That's a question that provoked a lot of discussions and debates, starting from the first stage when the concept paper of that draft law initiative was developed. Getting back to this idea of bringing magistrates from outside, this idea has been discussed for a long while. I don't believe there would be someone who would tell for sure that this is the best solution for us, because each country has its own specificity. Moreover, we also have some other aspects like laws, citizenship, conditions that have to be met in order to become a judge in the Republic of Moldova. But we have to be already accustomed to this habit of getting out of the parameters that have been established until now. We have to seek and look for some new solutions and mechanisms in place. So that's my point. As for the judges invited from outside, I believe that everybody agreed on the fact that in terms of corruption cases examination, it's important for the judges to be specialized. That's for sure, well-trained and well-skilled and integral. So that would be our highest point in time and focus. So the fact that this anti-corruption entity would be created has been discussed for a long while. So it was discussed that maybe correlated to the number of population cases and files in Moldova, maybe this is not the most feasible solution. That was the first point. But on the other side, so we can notice that despite a lot of interventions to amend the legislation in order to make the procedures more efficient, but nevertheless we still do not see a lot of results, but the society is looking forward to have some immediate result, but the courts are somehow stagnating on that. Somehow cases are being examined even with a lot of delays, and in particular on corruption cases, a lot of postponement, rescheduling are being done, and thereby this law initiative has been provided to have a separate court and tribunal be established just focusing on corruption and the corruption-related cases, as well as the fact-finding documents that would be provided by the National Integrity Agency. So these kind of cases are being examined on a long while, and but there's no finality for this kind of examination. I'm not saying like I'm not trying to generalize that all the cases are being delayed, rescheduled, etc. But there is a possibility to waste and from the trust of the people in the judiciary and the judges. And this is another extraordinary measure that would be introduced for our country. Getting back to the conclusion side, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this edition of the Forum on Justice Reform and Fighting Corruption this year. As I have said at the beginning of this event, this is a very useful platform in order to have like the updated picture on justice and corruption fighting. And then the society has got the possibility to be informed from the first source what is the current state of play in terms of external evaluation, assessment of vetting, what is the current situation with sanctioning efficient of corruption, so what kind of bottlenecks are being identified. This is very important. Yesterday I have tried to list and to mention problems, but also we have to seek solutions on what kind of solutions can be found, because we are more cold and inclined to prone to criticism, but we are less focused on finding solutions. I'm very pleased to mention that the second day of the forum was focused on the optimization of the judicial map as well as the justice of the future. So these are very important topical issues. We are not so much familiarized and informed, and we have to be absolutely frank about the justice of future. Those from the Ministry of Justice are not so well, even us, prepared in order to understand all these aspects. Yes, we have been talking and discussing a lot about digitalization of the information system on justice. We are trying to digitalize all the registries on the legal professions, ensuring the interoperability of different kinds of system, along with the implementation of the e-filing system. And we have opted and called for a very ambitious plan. We wanted to pilot this e-filing in all the 15 courts. But this is more complicated under the deadlines that we have already set up because we are limited in human resources. Artificial intelligence, in my opinion, is far from a reality of Moldova. Yes, indeed, it has to be analyzed in the future perspective. But first and foremost, it's important for us to have a strategy, clear-cut strategy, and implement it in the judiciary focused on digitalization. Only then we can talk about artificial intelligence per se. I would like to get back to this external assessment, the vetting, because yesterday, at the beginning of this forum, so I've done a kind of a retrospective, made a comparison between 2022, 2021, and then smallly to 2023. I have noted that there is an evolution in terms of implementing the actions that were scheduled at the beginning, maybe some kind of delay, but nevertheless, we have this determination. Once again, Vox Populi once again showed that it's very necessary to use this kind of mechanism. It's an important possibility. It's important to continue on that particular course and path, and maybe even a more drastic manner because we have to understand maybe on the one side we are being criticized as if these kind of reforms are too tough and a lot of reluctance, but on the other side, so we are kind of we're trying to counterbalance these actions by providing dialogue, communication solutions, be able to find some trade-off compromise solutions. For the Ministry of Justice, 2023 was a year and is a year of a multiplied dialogue, as well as of a continuous process to identify some shared and common solutions. But once again, as we have mentioned, it's important for the judges, for the prosecutors to understand the importance of these reforms, be part and partake in these reforms, as well as to understand that the entire system that they belong to is not a closed circle. So this is a system for the citizens of the country, not only for them. Also, the reform of justice could not be implemented up to the end, or actually would not be able to reach a finality of a longer sustainability if we were not able to go to the second level, and namely if we were not able to efficiently investigate and sanction the corruption, particularly the grand corruption cases. 2023 was a very complicated year for us from the point of view of identifying the vision, the overarching vision on fostering the anti-corruption institution, because initially we said that it has to be fostered or combined with the NEC, and then we decided to decouple it and differentiate in order to determine clearly the competencies and powers. And since this is a conditionality that is also harmonized with the EU action plan, so the anti-corruption prosecution would go to the second phase, and here the government has taken the commitment to enhance, providing the primary special investigation measures be given to the anti-corruption prosecution office, also giving them that possibility in such a way that they would be able to fulfill their role. And in parallel, we would give and provide some additional actions on enhancing the agency for recovery of illicit assets, because then we would not be able to have a certain kind of finality if we're not able to recover the illicit assets, because that would be the possibility to recover for these crimes committed. Optimization of the judicial map generated a lot of hot discussions and interesting discussion. Even for us, it was very difficult to identify a solution because we've organized a lot of roundtables at the ministry. So we had a lot of discussions with the people involved, but actually the perfect solution that would fit everybody is not possible to be found. I mean, everybody, like from different circumvents, different territories, might see and might have a different vision about that, but we have to follow an algorithm, and we have some criteria, conditions for access to justice correlated to the number of inhabitants in the country, correlated to the number of judges, 100,000 inhabitants, as well as to ensure the specialization of the judges is also very important. At the end, I would like to mention that indeed, under the process of justice reform and combating corruption, we're not alone, we do not stand alone. Ukraine, Georgia face the same kind of situation, whereas for Moldova, so the stage that we covered, that we go on, represents a unique chance, and we have to take real efficient measures and efforts, and all these kind of signals of resistance and opposition have to be mitigated and diminished, because at the end of the day we have to speak about the public interest, and the future of our society depend on that much. Thank you very much, and let God help us in this fight, in these measures. I would like to see whether we have some conclusions from the audience. If we do not have conclusions from the audience like we had in last year, I had the opportunity, I was the one assigned to moderate last part of the forum. And once again, I would like to express my hope that in the future years, so once we get together under this kind of formats, to speak less about the justice reform and fighting corruption, and speak more about the results, and maybe give like examples that can be followed and patterns that can be followed by everybody. Thank you.